Okay, so before we get started with what we're actually doing today, I have some stuff to show you all. So, if you're watching this recording later, it was just Christmas. This is the post-Christmas session of the chronology. Just the day after Christmas, the 27th. And Victor, my husband, I made his job really easy this year by dropping hints that I would like to own all of these games that I was playing for the Kremling Kronology, which most of them I do own, even if a couple of them I own on like virtual console type situations. But you know, there are some of them I didn't own, and so now I own pretty much everything. So let me go through all of the things that he got me. So first of all, we have Donkey Kong Country for the GBA, and I already had DKC-3 because that was the one that I got since it's a little, you know, it's got the new soundtrack and it's got new like worlds and stuff, so that was the one I wanted to get. And then I also got DKC-2 because I didn't own that one. And then I got this Donkey Kong Country for the Game Boy. I guess it's not for the Game Boy Color, I don't know. I thought it was like a Game Boy Color specific thing, but maybe not. I don't know. I know there's something with like Game Boy cartridges where if it's like clear, I don't know. See, when I was a kid, the only Game Boy games I had were Pokemon. Like, that was literally it. I had Pokemon Yellow, Pokemon Silver, and Pokemon Pinball. That was all I had. And that was all I wanted. So, I don't know the whole deal with like Game Boy games and like Game Boy Color games and the difference between them. But anyway, then this is probably the one I'm happiest about because I love this game. And I do technically, legitimately own it on the Wii U Virtual Console, but now I have the actual cartridge of it. King of Swing, good game, good sprites. Gave us the nice little sitting K. Rool sprite. This is a GBC only cart. Okay. And then the real the real winner here. Everybody knows it. Everybody loves it. It was not $34.99. Actually, he says this is just. So Candy. No, that's Dixie. Yeah, Candy's not playable in this. This is Dixie. She got like Mike Wazowski'd by the this GameStop sticker, but he did not actually get it for $34.99 at GameStop. But you know, this thing has a pretty meaty instruction manual. Okay, it's meaty because it has like 3 or 4 different languages in it, but still, we're gonna have a fun time looking through this instruction manual when we get there. I don't know if this one is scanned and on the internet, so I might have to just like show it up to you page by page, but yep, there it is. The disc and everything. Game that I borrowed from a friend in the past and have only ever played for like 3 hours because it made me feel insane. But maybe this time I'll be more prepared for it, for what to expect. Okay, and then there is this, the last thing, which is, as mentioned, I did not have this one, and now I do. Because when I was a kid, I glued all my instruction manuals together, but now, you know, now I own them all. In fact, they're all here on my desk right now, currently. You open it up. You know it's good because you open it up and you see Swanky Kong right away. I don't know why they decided to make this instruction manual have this whole like wood panel thing going on, but I guess we can talk about that when we get there. It'll be a while from now, but yes, I glued all my instruction manuals together. I've told this story like so many times now, but when I was a kid, I thought I could make a big, mega like compilation DKC instruction manual by sticking them all together front to back, and it just turned into kind of a mess, and some of the pages got stuck together that weren't supposed to be stuck together, and I just kind of ruined all of them. So yeah, that's like literally exactly what my husband said, because I said the same thing to him, and he was like, it's because of like the like bears like the, I don't know, bears like forests. But for me, it just reminds me of when I was a kid. The house we lived in was still, like, the vibes of it were still a little bit, like, older, and they had that, like, everything was wood panel type of thing, and, like, we eventually when I got a little older, my parents like redid the house, like the walls, the floors, everything. But I just remember it's very nostalgic to me because the house I grew up in was like the super, I don't know, 70s or 80s. I don't know when that thing was the most in vogue, but like everything was wood panel-y. I guess it was kind of like the 80s. I'm thinking about like, I don't know, like the Atari 2600 that also had the wood panel thing going on. And like even our microwave was like weirdly wood panel-y. Like a lot of old TVs, CRTs at the time. A Korean cart, that's neat. I have Super Donkey Kong 2. I have the Japanese version of DKC 2. It's not like sealed or anything, but I do have it. That's the only Japanese version of any DK game that I have, I think. I don't have a lot of Japanese games in general. I have Super Paper Mario and DKC 2, and that might be it, but... Also, I don't know why, but the back of this, it says 169 on it. Nice. Anyway, let's, I'm gonna put all of these safely to the side somewhere where I won't spill my water on them. So I will be back in just a second. Okay, so let's get down to business today. You've never heard of a kid trying to glue all their manuals together, but you've never met someone who is as special of a child as I was. You know, kids drawing on stuff, yeah, you've probably heard of that. Like, when I was a kid also, I drew on a lot of my books. I don't think I drew on the manuals, but a lot of, like, my picture books, I tried to improve them by adding my own illustrations and stuff, but a lot of times they were just scribbles when I was, like, a really little kid. I don't remember doing that on any game manuals, at least, but I did glue my manuals together. That was my thing. Alright, we are going to open this comic up that I thought I had opened up earlier, but apparently I didn't. Alright, so the first thing we're going to be looking at today is... Oh, wow, that opened right up because I still had the thing. Nice. This is another adaptation of Donkey Kong Country, which comes from the German Club Nintendo magazine. So again, this one was originally in German, possibly also illustrated by the same person that did the Christmas Wario one, I don't know. That's true. Apparently, that's how you prove you're a huge Donkey Kong fan, is you glue your manuals together. Only the truest fans do that. Alright, I'll turn the music down a bit. Yeah, so, you know, we'll get into it in just a second, but the immediate thing to notice about this page is that there are OC Kongs. We get a glimpse into some, like, this person just assumed there's plenty of other Kongs besides the ones you see in DKC, so they're like, we're just gonna have some random apes in here. Yeah, that's how I showed I really liked a book, is I drew in it. Alright. So, you know what, I'm gonna zoom in just a little bit more. I gotta maximize my screen space here. Okay. I did not draw this. No, I did not draw this. I wish. This was from a German Club Nintendo in 1995, I think. Let me see. Yes. So, you know, I would have been 4 years old. I did not draw this. I don't know who did, actually. Maybe it'll say at the end. But yeah, this was translated from German, I guess. But I think where DK is saying "I want to rock and roll" there was probably just originally in English, because he's like singing, he's quoting a song. because it looks like that was not, you know, like the text was not changed from the original. So that's interesting. Anyway, let's read this comic called Donkey Kong Country. I like the art in this a lot already. I have tried not to look too far ahead in any of these comics, because I want to react with surprise to them. Like, I reacted with a lot of surprise to the Jungle Action Special because it was legitimately insane. Especially Ringo and his questionable methods of attaching art to his wall. But anyway, this is sure to be a lot more wholesome than whatever Ringo was up to, I think. So, this is a new take on the story because instead of DK just sleeping in, the reason that he was sleeping in is apparently because he was throwing a wild party the night before. So, far away on a distant island on a dark and stormy night, at Donkey Kong's treehouse, they're having a boozy party. Oh my god, he's getting drunk on the banana juice. He's got the banana juice and the rum, banana brew. This is Funky, but he has his glasses pushed up, so he looks a little weird, but there he is. Yeah, Funky and Candy not beating the allegations because they're right next to each other getting drunk. I do like Diddy's little teeth, I'm not gonna lie. It's better than the strip of flesh between his eyes. He literally, yeah, he's, in this version of the story, he's literally hungover, and I guess the entire, like, beginning of Donkey Kong Country, DK just has, like, a massive headache. He's, like, looking for Diddy Kong, and he's just like, ugh. Alright, so Funky says, more banana brew, and this guy says, and how about it? How about what? I don't know, but I like the blue-haired Lady Kong here. Maybe a friend of Candy's. I like the little hat this guy's wearing. It looks, I guess it's supposed to be a party hat. They're all wearing, like, they're not all wearing party hats, but some of them are. It looks like, kind of like it's just a winter hat, though. Like, it's got one of those little, like, fuzzy balls at the top. So yeah, they're jamming. And you can tell DK is the leader of the bunch because he has a tie. And most of these other Kongs, they look pretty similar to him, but they don't have his cool hair. And they don't have a tie, but they are also either naked or just wearing a little party hat, which they're probably not always wearing a party hat, they're probably just wearing a party hat right now. Anyway, this guy, whoever this guy is, says, hey Donkey, who's guarding the banana cave tonight? Hope it isn't my turn. And DK's like, no worries buddy, Diddy is downstairs, you can rely on him. Poor Diddy, he doesn't... This makes it so much worse than the original story, because instead of DK and just making, like, Diddy guard the thing for one night, it's like, Diddy has to miss an entire party to guard the banana horde. It does say a boozy party, yes. Now, remember this when it's in German originally? I actually don't have access to the original German version, but if I did, I could tell you how accurate of a translation that was, but I believe this was pretty accurate. If it was German, it was more likely to say it was boozy, actually, so. You know what, Andre? That's really great. That's like I love that. That's some good, what do you call it, like, Ludo narrative or whatever? I don't know, these game design terms. Alright. Oh, there's the boy. We got a little ahead of ourselves. Alright. Diddy is indeed downstairs. Bravely and proudly, he guards the entrance to the banana storage. Bravely, as if... Yo, Diddy can interact with the narration a little bit. He's got a little... He's growing into the role where someday he will have full fourth wall cognition like Cranky Kong. But he's starting out by being able to hear what the narration is saying. Yeah, maybe Diddy's too young to drink, so they didn't even let him into the party. He's just down here, he can listen, he can hear them all, like, having a great time. This is kind of appropriate because it's, like, almost New Year's, and it makes me feel like they're having some kind of... I don't know. My brain, because of what time it is in the year, makes me think that they're having, like, a New Year's party. Especially with these little hats, but maybe they're just having a random one. They seem to have a lot of fun up there. They're probably stuffing their faces with one banana after the other. Right, you don't have to phrase it that way, Diddy. Oop. But Diddy's task is truly important. The Banana Cave is the sanctuary of the Gorilla Gang. I like the Gorilla Gang. Suddenly. Yeah, I like that K. Rool's gotta come down here and do this himself this time, you know? He's not fucking around. He's not making any of his minions do it. He's like, I gotta do this myself to make sure it's done correctly. There he is. I know, it is Clump Erasure. It makes me kind of sad, to be honest, because we kept talking about how, like, Clump was secretly, like, the main character of all of these comics, but, and novelizations and stuff, but now he's probably not even gonna be in this one if he's not doing this. Clump's character has been erased and just merged into K. Rool. He's absorbing everyone. And, Diddy's like, help! King K. Rool! Indeed, the king of Kremlings himself had appeared, and he was up to no good. I like, that not only does he have the more humanoid hands still, but he's got fingernails. He doesn't have claws yet. Yeah, he's got like the hyper-realistic Among Us hands. I like that, he doesn't even say anything. It's kind of scary. Like, he's not even doing a villainous monologue. He just shows up, and he grabs Diddy and just shoves him in a barrel. Doesn't say a word, just does it. And, I like the lightning bolt behind him. That's neat. This is a good panel right here. I don't know why he says Vat is happening. He turned into a... Is that like a pun? Like, Vat is happening because, a barrel is kind of like a vat and he's getting thrown into a barrel? I don't know. He turned into a vampire for one panel, or maybe this... He's truly German. It's a little bit leftover German accent. I don't know why he's saying that, but... Yeah, scary as fuck. K. Rool just shows up. He's shrouded in darkness, doesn't say a word, picks Diddy up, throws him into a barrel, and just yeets him. Diddy is stuffed into a barrel and sent off by airmail. The night enshrouds the following events. You know, he's got such practice from throwing his crown. He's really good at throwing things. The first rays of sunlight herald the next morning.
Dear me, all the bananas have disappeared. Donkey, where are you? There's something you should see.
Still a bit drowsy, yeah, and hungover. Donkey staggers into the cave, and then his left ass cheek says, "Banana's gone?" I like that Cranky's still a little cheeked up in this comic too, you know, he hasn't lost it all. That's, Wrinkly still loves to get a piece of that, even in their old age. The bananas are one problem, but Diddy's disappearance is worse. You know, to be fair, this is the opposite of kind of a lot of other things that like, all of the strategy guides in the Nintendo Powers were like, you gotta save your pal Diddy, but more importantly, you gotta save the bananas. Like, it more than once was trying to say that the bananas were more important than Diddy, but this time DK's got his priorities straight. I need to find Diddy. After all, this is all my fault. I like the way DK's drawn here. Like, the way he's walking is very, like, naturalistic gorilla. I like it. I like that art in this comic is really good. Yeah, we're all obsessed with his humanoid yaoi hands. I mean, okay, to be fair, Kremlings didn't get claws on their hands until, like, DK64, and even then it was only some of them. Like, pretty much for the entire time Rare was in charge of them, they had humanoid hands. But they didn't, like, have full-on fingernails. They just had, like, nubby fingers, but they didn't have claw hands. At least most of them. There might have been a few exceptions. Oh, going in the wrong direction. Alright, there we go. Huh? A barrel in the jungle? There seems to be something inside. Whoops, it slipped away from me. I need to... blarg! Diddy, you're back! So he didn't just immediately smash it. It was, Diddy wiggling around and flopping all over the place and flopped out of there. Donkey is relieved. He has found his buddy again. Now he's only missing one thing, the bananas. Diddy, you are the only one who saw the culprit. Let's find the thief and return the bananas. Yeah, that's cool. So I guess this was also in English originally, too. Did he just like to say some random English phrases? To be continued. Okay, thankfully there is more here. If this was like the end of this comic, that would be so sad. Maybe he used to file his claws all the way off, you know, back in the day. Like, they got in the way of, you know, working on some of his machines or whatever he was doing. So he's like, I gotta get rid of these things entirely. Alright, here we go. We got army, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. It was unbelievable. The nasty Kremlings had raided Donkey's banana cave and taken them all. But Donkey and Diddy didn't put up with that. They went looking for the thieves right away. Careful, Diddy! Okay, first of all, this isn't a crocodile, but maybe they thought it was a claptrap. The army was hiding in the thickness of the jungle, and they thought it was a claptrap or something. He kind of looks like one, the claptrap without teeth, if you don't notice his ears. Because he says, "Well done, Diddy, turn that croc into a handbag." This guy's like, "I'm not even a crocodile." Cool, together we're unbeatable. Nobody can stop us. Oh, really? I wonder if the Kremlings know that too. And here I specifically moved to the countryside because they said it'd be peaceful. His army wasn't even doing anything. He wasn't even affiliated with the Kremlings whatsoever. He was just like walking around, and they just thought he was a crocodile and fucking squashed him. I mean, yeah, he does kind of look like one, so poor guy. He's just completely innocent. Yeah, they were profiling. On their search for the banana thieves, the dynamic duo had to cross the entire rainforest. A long journey lay ahead of them. Uh-oh, one of those crap bees. Okay, DK. Now, he's just being rude to the local wildlife. He doesn't even know that they're affiliated with his enemies at all. He's just going around attacking and insulting the random creatures that he runs into.
Crap bee? Nobody calls me a crap bee and gets away with it. I'll show you, monkey faces.
We'll see who shows whom. With a bit of run-up and a leap, the bee will soon stop buzzing. Alright, DK, I know you can't actually defeat a zinger like this. Come on now. You gotta, like, at least rip a chunk of earth out of the ground and throw it at them. Oops, it looks like something will have a huge impact on me soon. I like the zinger is coldly and clinically assessing their situation. It's like, yep, a monkey is about to slam right into me. This is no good. And bang! Someone's got a fat lip. Well, doesn't really have lips. He's got little mandibles. I guess, once again, these comics, novelizations, whatever, giving kids the wrong idea of how you can actually deal with these enemies. Like, you can't actually just roll into a zinger and kick him with your big ape foot, but I guess if you manage to hit them right in the face. Donkey Kong is nothing if not, like, grammatically correct. You know, he's obsessed with using grammar properly at all times. And when he said donkey all confused, he was just... That just truly shows you how confused he was at that moment, that he let his grammatical principles fall by the wayside and just completely reverse. My little wheel on my mouse is, like, so sensitive. That's why I keep accidentally scrolling up and down and scrolling multiple pages. You monkey morons! Now my sting is all bent! Uh-oh, that must be unpleasant. Wow, rude. I don't even know how he bent his stinger, because he just kicked him in the face. I guess then he used his monkey fist to, like, bend the stinger backwards. Like, sheesh, DK. This is, like, Jungle Beat levels of violence. Oh, Candy's here. Hey, Donkey darling, what's up? Candy, upon seeing you, I feel better right away. The boys told Candy about the banana affair and their next destination, the caves. Candy had a pro tip for them. Squawks and his lamp should accompany the pair of apes. Pro tip, get blinded, fools.
This is the entrance to the caves. Fear not, I'll light your path.
Squawks is cute, though. Look at him. cool, such a giant firefly. Perhaps he even tastes good. Donkey Kong, please. And then, imagine, like, DK just ate Squawks. That was just the end of Squawks. Like, what would they do for the rest of the games? They would... Squawks is the only parrot who can carry them around, you know? The purple ones can't do that. They would be in trouble. Good thing he didn't kill and eat Squawks in this moment. The three friends are not alone in the cave. Soon they are spotted by a Kremling. Finally got, like, an actual one, instead of just the local wildlife that he's beating up for no reason.
I detect 3 intruders.
Hear my battle cry! Roar! I like his, he's doing a... Put this critter in Smash Bros. He's got, like, a cool swing and arm attack here. He's doing, like, the DK charge up. What do you want from us, Toad? Okay, first of all, he calls the army a croc, and he's calling the crocodile a toad. So really, he's just using random animals to... I guess that's how you insult other animals in the animal world of Donkey Kong. You just call them some other unrelated animal than what they actually are.
Oh man, these guys are giants.
I'm putting my hands into my mouth and I'm shaking in fear. Thank you for describing your actions to us, because... When the comic artist was struggling to draw it, like, the script was like, the critter has his hands in his mouth and is shaking in fear, and the comic artist was like, is that coming across well enough? I mean, I think the hands in the mouth definitely is, and the shaking also is, because it's got these little lines around him. That's how you portray someone, like, shivering in a comic, but just so you know, they wanted to make sure that you didn't miss what was going on in this panel, alright? Just... Yeah, he was like, R-O-A-R. I like his neck. He's got a big long neck here. That was just my shadow dorkling. The Dorkling Kronology. God, DK's got he's got the sick burns in this. I don't know how the Kremlings ever recovered from this, from just his insults alone. But this barrel here is real. Really? Thanks for the shadow play, Squawks. The way we bend this bloke was simian sweet. Well then, adios, buddy. Alright, I can't play this song yet. I gotta save this Kong for this Kong for a little bit later on. Yeah, DK's kind of a jerk. I'm not sure that I'm on his side. Read the next mag to see how the adventure continues. Will the two have their bananas back in their store soon? Will Donkey see his beloved candy again? When will Diddy finally be house trained? What the fuck is Diddy? This is why they didn't let him in the party. Diddy was just, like, peeing on the floor. Diddy doesn't... He's not potty trained yet. Don't miss the next part of this gripping drama. Yeah, that's the real reason Diddy can't drink yet. It's not because he's too young, but because if he, like, drinks too much banana alcohol, he'll just pee himself. Alright, Tile 3, Part 3. We got on guard. I think it's time for the aquatic ambiance to come back. There we go. Diddy's piss party. It was unbelievable. The Kremling horde had raided DK's banana cave and stole all the bananas. But Donkey and Diddy wouldn't put up with that. They started to look for the thieves right away. This time in wet realms. Wet realms is a good euphemism. Also, I like Ongi as a nickname. Careful, Ongi, a croctopus.
Indeed, you have trespassed in my waters. I'll screw you up.
Hey, Croctopus, the apes are ours. They aren't house trained. They soil everything. Everyone just assumes that DK and Diddy are just, like, shitting themselves constantly. They probably are peeing in the water, though. I bet when they come down into the, like, into the coral capers or whatever, I bet they do just take a little pee. Because they're down there for a long time. I bet they just pee and hope nobody notices. Just like a kid peeing in the pool. You know, like, I think this is true. I've never seen this in action, but I've heard there's, like, chemicals you can put in a pool or something so that, like, if someone pees in there, it'll turn a color or something. Like, do you think that, like, Rool put that in the water, and that's why Poison Pond is green? It's actually just because the Kongs peed in there and they just turned the whole thing green. Mikachu, your message made me just almost spit out my water. Speaking of not drinking, I should not be drinking when I'm reading this or looking at the chat. I genuinely don't know how much of this was the original German and how much of this was the translators going nuts. But I mean, I can believe it was a little off kilter in the original. This is a German comic, you know. Anyway, so DK and Diddy are pissing and shitting their way across the jungle, attacking innocent armies and zingers. Calm down, ladies. Oh, so the squidges are all females in this. I appreciate that. Calm down, ladies. The shark police are already here. Where are the snacks? I mean the accused. And the the chomps are cops. Scram, fish cop. We can deal with the monkeys ourselves. Hang on a second. Sorry. I need a moment. Okay, sorry. Sometimes when I laugh too hard, I like give myself the sniffles. All right. We are the shark police. There are, I mean, I guess, yeah, the chomps weren't joking around by calling themselves police. They just really do see themselves as the cops of the waters. So basically, the squidges are like, no, we saw them first. Nonsense, we saw them first, say the Clambos. And the reason, or maybe that's Croctopus, I don't know, but the reason that they're able to get through the underwater is because all of the underwater factions are just fighting amongst themselves, and DK just First of all, I don't know how this TNT barrel works if they're still under the water, but I guess he pulled that out from his backpack, that's too small to see here, but as we all know, Donkey Kong's famous backpack where he keeps all of his TNT barrels. He just whipped that out. When 3 people quarrel, a 4th, 5th, and 6th rejoice. The very wise Donkey Kong. Here, have a boom-bon. Interesting name for that. We're flying! We can fly! The flight worries me less than the landing. Donkey, look! Down there! King K. Rool's ship! Let's land there! I love the idea of, and this was something that was also in the novelization of, like, On Guard helping them get to the Gangplank Galleon. There should have been, like, one last water level at the end where, yeah, you are, like, using On Guard and, like, swimming all the way out there. But, I like that he's just gonna jump and take them right onto the deck. Oh, now Clump is here! Let's frickin' go! Alright, now I can put the Gangplank Galleon music back on. Clump was not forgotten about. He just, much like DK, he was hungover, so he wasn't able to actually go and kidnap Diddy this time. I gotta say, so far, Nipple Watch is not... You can't see them here, though. He's turned too much. You can't see the nips. So Nipple Watch is still... We're still on high alert. We haven't been satisfied yet, but... We are Donkey, and we demand... Wait, we are Donkey? He's like, saying Diddy is like, subsumed under himself, I guess. Like, we are both Donkey Kong today. And we demand our bananas back. Yeah. Yeah. K. Rool's nipple says, a talking monkey with a tie, I should go to bed. Okay, buddy, you're a talking crocodile with a cape and like a crown, so I don't know what your problem is. Everybody's just confused by the existence of everyone else in this comic. I just feel like everybody's they don't know what the fuck is going on. Whatever, and bang, someone's got a fat lip. Why does everyone keep saying that specific? That's just like the hot thing to say That's like the 6-7 of this era, I guess. Someone's got a fat lip. Yeah, I think the real reason he should go to bed earlier is because of that eye, you know? He's tossing his crown at us! I'm dodging! Here comes the counteroffensive! He's also spelling it out. A-T-T-A-C-K! To be precise, the counteroffensive is coming. Wait, what? Why did he just... Why he just, like, rephrased it? I don't understand. Okay, this is a good panel. I like this one here. This is also a good panel. Diddy's like, yeah! But it kind of looks like K. Rool is saying that. But I wouldn't be saying yeah if I was him. Yeah, he didn't think that apes were smart enough to talk, I guess. I'll get you! What? And then... I think this is the last page, so really, we did not get the nips in this. Because we are not able to see them, and then you can see Clump here, but you cannot see the nips, so it's a little bit disappointing, this comic, I gotta say. It fails the nipple test. The nipple test is it's like the Bechdel test, but for Donkey Kong comics. It's like, are you gonna draw or really Donkey Kong content in general? Is the nips gonna be there, you know? So, he rolls through them, again, giving kids a bad idea of how to actually play this game. You cannot roll through K. Rool, you gotta... He will deflect you with his big old golden tummy. You gotta jump on his head. But, at any rate, he goes down, and then Diddy jumps on his head. And then Apic, alright guys, never say that again. Give me 5. Actually, they could give each other, like, 10 or even 20, because they can use their feet. I'm done. And thus, this greatly exciting story comes to a happy end. Finally, Diddy and Donkey can admire their bananas in the depot again. Read the next issue for a brand new Mario adventure. Well, I don't give a shit about that guy. Alright, that was greatly exciting. I agree. I don't believe in, you know, changing the work of another artist, but if I saw this this comic in real life, I would just draw in some little nips here. I would just take a pen and I would just, like, no one would notice except for those who knew, those who were looking, those with the eyes to see. We are a donkey, everyone. All right, would you agree that this story was greatly exciting? I think it was interesting at the very least. I like the art in it a lot. I guess I can't really be mad about the clump erasure because we get to see more of K. Rool in his hyper-realistic hands, so that's fine. My favorite part about this is the revelation that DK was having a big party, and the reason that, like, he slept in was because he was hungover. That really adds a new dimension to the story that they left out of the instruction manual because, you know, history belongs to those who write it and to the victors, and much later on, Donkey Kong did not want people knowing about his hangover, so he just kind of wrote that part. He just didn't include it. He wrote it out of the story, you know? Oh, only the real ones know about the truth. You know, this artist was flexing how good they were at drawing hands by, you know, if only K. Rool would pick me up with his giant hyper-realistic hands and put me in a barrel. I'm just saying. But yeah, that was, from the German Club Nintendo comic in 1995. Thank you. So, the next thing we've got to look at... yeah, actually, yeah, that was the other big revelation, is that the Kongs are, just soiling themselves constantly. Yeah, you can tell that this was a real comic made by a real person, not AI, because of how the hands are so well done, and they don't have extra fingers. They're just the perfectly drawn humanoid Kremling hands. There you go. So, while I pull up the next comic, you can just go ahead and keep looking at those. True. Maybe it was drawn by AI because it gave K. Rool more fingers than he normally has. You know, sometimes he has an extra toe, sometimes he has extra fingers. He just likes to... He likes to drink one of his mad scientist potions and draw... Get some extra digits every now and then, you know? Just to spice things up. Alright, here's the next one. I'm gonna close the other one out. Zoom in a bit. Oh, I did not want to do that. There we go. Alright, so... Mario's in this one too, I guess. So this is Super Mario Kun, which you might have seen before because this is an extremely long-running series which covers Mario games and spin-offs, and even has gone into stuff like the RPGs, like the Thousand Year Door and Super Paper Mario and stuff like that. So this comic has apparently been going on since, like, I had the Mario wiki page up earlier, hold on. 1990, so this comic is older than me, and probably older than a lot of you here in the chat as well. And it's still going today, I believe. But yeah, a lot of these, they're just like silly little stories that are very greatly, very greatly shortened and comedified versions of things that happen in the actual games. So, because Rambi has nice teeth, you know? And that just shows you how much Mario trusts Rambi, is that he would be able to, like, touch his mouth in such a way and not be afraid of being bitten. Well, Diddy is scheming his revenge on DK after Donkey Kong claimed that both of them were Donkey in the previous comic, so, you know. Alright. So, I don't know what the fuck this comic is actually about, but here we go. Pursuit! Mario and the Kong's detective story. And we're looking at this one because of all the Japanese comics that I have access to, most of them are not translated, and I still don't really know what I want to do about those, but this one has been translated, helpfully, so, I think it says at the end also who did the translation. I don't think the one we were just looking at had any, like, credits on it, but we'll see when we get there. Anyway, hey, wait, this is seasonal! I didn't realize that this was seasonally appropriate. This is a New Year's comic. So Mario says, "Great, we can have a relaxing New Year's Eve here." And Yoshi says, "Nom nom. Mario, we've arrived at the jungle." Oh, right, it's a manga, so we have to read, like, right to left here. I was a little confused. Okay, so we go down to this panel here. Wah! What the? And they, fall. Oh, I wonder if they got shot down out of the sky, like Funky Kong did. I think this is Mario still talking. "Something caused that crash! Who was it?" And then we got DK. Uho. And the translator's note says, in Japan, the sound Uho is characteristic of gorillas, and for Donkey Kong it acts as his catchphrase. So, if you don't know where all the Uho stuff in Bonanza came from, yes, that has been a thing for a long time. Why Pauline says it and stuff when she's trying to, like, bond with DK and imitate him and stuff. Yeah, well, I'm actually better at the Mickey Mouse-esque Charles Martinet voice than I am at giving him like a gruff Brooklyn accent, so... Hi China, we're looking at some comics today, so it's very relevant to my interests. This is Diddy Kong. He's not saying this. This is just a description of him. He really looks up to his mentor, Donkey Kong. Not you again, Donkey Kong! DK says, huh? Mario's here? He must be the criminal who stole our bananas. What? Who would want to steal bananas? And Yoshi says, bananas, so yummy. This guy's eating them, so it was you after all.
Hold it, youngins.
Cranky Kong, somewhat angry grandfather of Donkey Kong.
Mario's not the culprit.
Oh, Gramps. And Yoshi says, hey, that's my banana. Do not tell Yoshi about the banana horde, or he will come back and actually eat them all.
It was an army of evil monster Kremlings that stole those bananas.
Oh, hey Gramps, how do you know all this? I like the sign that they left here.
Look at the size of the sign, even you should be able to read it.
Well, wait, so according to this one, DK can't read. So he learned to read between DKC and Bonanza. Maybe he can only read the like banana script language that they have in the underground. He can't read like anything else. So the sign says, now entering Kremling army territory, surrender your bananas. And DK says, I can't read.
So, Mario, you're going to help us track down our stolen bananas?
Give me one good reason. So that later we can all eat delicious banana cuisine. And then Yoshi says, yes, leave it to us. Mario says, you have selfish motives, Yoshi. Yoshi is all about eating. And, you know, I appreciate that. He knows what he's about. Got a break coming up, but I think we can get through this next page here. DK says, aha, there's bananas here. Mario says, if we follow this trail, we'll likely find the true culprits. I love this interpretation of DKC where Mario and Yoshi were also there. I stepped on a strange banana. It's Slippa! There he is. Very cute, Slippa. Very, very cute.
Gwah!
DK says, Diddy says, no, it's a snake. And this is Yoshi doing the anime, like, you can barely see it here. Yoshi doing the, like, anime fall over thing. The sound effects here are apparently slither, and in this panel it's wiggle. Then Yoshi is going to turn into a snake charmer, and he says, I'll ward it off with my flute. I'm counting on you, Yoshi. And he does the thing, the sound effects are toot toot. Do not toot it. Instead, you've attracted more of them. Hey DK, use this barrel. Woohoo! Hold still, Mario. You'll feel better soon. Alright, so I gotta take a break. Get myself some more water. So I'll leave you on this cliffhanger. Will Mario be okay, or will he be eaten alive by Slippas, or will DK throwing a TNT barrel at him cause both Mario and the Slippas to just completely explode? Well, we'll find out. Hi, Renee. Yeah, I guess this is an alternate universe where Mario was present during the events of Donkey Kong Country, so this could be another thing where, like, it just got left out of the story because DK doesn't want to know about it. Like, maybe DK just kills Mario here and Mario's dead, and that's, you know, why we didn't hear about this part of the story, but we will find out in a minute. All right. So, this seems like appropriate music to be playing when we figure out whether or not Mario survives this. Well, there we go. He got blasted. TNT barrel! A bomb? Sound effects. Kaboom! DK says, "Look, I cleaned them up with one shot." Shut up, you! DK just loves throwing TNT barrels. That's an aspect that everyone in every fictionalized account of Donkey Kong Country decided they should focus on. DK, sometimes he loves TNT barrels so much that he just, like, keeps some with him, just in his famous backpack. Yeah, I'm sure Mario has survived worse than his single... You know, actually what should happen is that he should become just, like, mini Mario. He was Super Mario before, but then for the rest of the comic, he's just, like, slightly smaller now. He needs to find a mushroom, but there's no mushrooms here on DK Island. Only bananas. I guess you go to Fungi Forest, but, you know. DK, look! The banana horde! Whoa! So this is where they were hidden. Yoshi says, "I'm glad we found it." What is Mario doing? It's like a booty bumping DK out of the way. Anyway, once again, it's Rock Croc because everybody loves Rock Croc and just drawing Rock Croc. And I gotta say, Rock Croc gets so much more airtime on like everything related to Donkey Kong Country more than the actual game itself. Yeah, Yoshi does really look like a Koopa sometimes when you can't see more than just, like, the top of his head. Rock Croc says, "I won't let you have any bananas!" Rock Croc, a monster of the Kremling army, attacks in disguise. It's a monster! Ack, this rock is biting me! He's going ball mode. There he goes. Kremling monster rolling attack! I hope this works. Is that Rock Croc saying that? I don't know. I don't know who's saying what anymore. So I think he just, yes. So I think Rock Croc deflected him or dodged him or something, and then DK instead is just bouncing off of everyone else. DK, don't attack your friends. And well, whatever happened, DK now says, once again, he was whipping out the TNT barrel, always a great idea, never fails. And now with this TNT barrel, I'm gonna kick that guy's butt. Oh, I can't believe he transformed into a rock, the sneak. Yeah, which one is he? Which one is the monster? Ah! I think you held onto that bomb for too long. How long is... Okay, this 10 pages, so not that much left. That is cute. I feel like if I had a, like, ball DK Keshi, I would have a hard time, like, keeping it somewhere because it would just, like, roll away. Easy to lose. Mario, do something! Wah! Oh, you big baby, Donkey Kong, come on. You know, in a different universe, you have to solve all this problems yourself. And with Diddy, you don't have to, you know, you don't have Mario here helping you out. Or Yoshi. Don't cry, take it like a Kong. Okay, time to use this. Yoshi says, Mario, you have a weapon? I had no idea that this was really such a, like, seasonally appropriate comic. It's, once again, the fact that it's New Year's is coming up again. Mario says, what's a New Year's present? And Rock Croc is like, me! Aw, he just wants whatever, I don't know, what does Mario have here? Just like a card. He's just got a gift card to Banana Republic. I don't know. where would the Kremlings like to go shopping? What do you think? Here, I'll get you a sound effect. That one was probably one of the worst sound effects ever. Just like thump. Oh, I'll get you a better one. Here, maybe. Maybe it'll be a better one. Well, it's like an evolution of the previous one. Alright, here's one for Jero. That's a good one to get. Back to the comic, though. Well, anyway, Mario has revealed the enemy by tricking him with a delightful present. Oh, no problem. One more sound effect. That's a good one. The K-Rool ransom note. So he got out his hammer and just completely destroyed Rock, just killed him, just broke him up into pieces, just completely annihilated him. And then he says, "I did it! Well done, Mario! You killed that guy!" Just kidding, though. He can reform, thank God. Mario didn't actually murder anyone today. Unlike DK when he blew up the factory that had the claptrap and the zinger inside, and it erupted into a ball of flame. Kmart? Okay, you're right. Thank you for making me go back to look at that one. Oh my god, now he's like mega evolved Rock Croc. That's sick. Grrrr! The rocks gathered and formed a huge one. Eek!
How dare you trick me like that?
Ah, Yoshi, help me! And Yoshi says,
I never fight on an empty stomach.
Oi, don't just eat bananas. Now, Mario says, get ready. What's coming? And, I think the it's coming was Yoshi, maybe, and he drops his banana peel. And, of course, Rock Croc trips on it. Mega Rock Croc. And, you know, now is back to being in pieces, I guess.
Ack!
Or, oh! Clumsy? No, that's not until DK-64. Getting a little ahead. Hey, Milo, yeah, you translated this? No, it's great. We've been loving this one. Yeah, I gotta thank my friend Milo, who is now here, for wrangling all these comics together for me. I know, it's just like, you never know what you're going to find in these comics. Like, I hope that the sequel to Bonanza brings back Rock Crocs and something like this happens. There's just like some kind of, they all form together into some kind of like Omega Rock Croc. You did well, Yoshi. And, okay, now DK is really going to literally pulverize the poor Rock Croc into nothing but powder with two little cartoon eyes, like the kabooms from DK-64. I hadn't thought about that, Milo. That would go crazy hard. I've been looking through these comics has been a delight. This is possibly the last one we're going to do, though, because I don't know what I want to do about the ones that aren't translated, because I feel bad trying to look through a bunch of Japanese comics and not really being able to understand them. I was trying to, like, do the thing where you can, like, translate in the moments with, like, auto machine translation, but I felt like it wasn't doing a very good job. The importance of still having humans do stuff is always, you know, is always true. Anyway, DK says, I'll crush it to pieces so it doesn't reform itself again. You don't have to go that far. Alright, Mario, you just, like, destroyed him with your hammer. And now DK's doing the same thing, and Mario thinks he's too good for this.
Thank you, Mario. It looks like you managed to get some of our bananas back. As thanks, please join us for our New Year's meal.
Ooh, what sort of meal?
Banana soup, banana mash, banana fish paste.
Banana New Year's, everyone! These dishes are all twists on traditional Japanese New Year's dishes with bananas. And that is the end. Yeah, and there's Milo, thank you. Alright. Technically there is one other comic that I did have pulled up that we could look at. I like this story. I like Mega Rock Croc. I like DK blowing up Mario. Now, the other one I have that might be at least somewhat relevant to where we are right now is actually based on the show, though. So we could look at it. It brings up, of course, the question of the show in general and what I want to do about that long term, because if we're looking at like everything related to like Donkey Kong that we can look at, even everything that was like officially approved and had the stamp of like being some official product, even if it's like of dubious canonicity, then obviously the show would factor into that. It's as canon as any of these ridiculous comics that we're looking at, but it's just like such a huge thing that I don't know like how I would really incorporate it into this project, but it really does feel like it needs to be there in some way, and I don't know if that's just like having some kind of external watch parties in my Discord, or and then talking about the show in general at some point. I don't know. I don't know if I could just like, we could just like watch, that'll be like the very end of the project, is we just watch every single episode and I just like react to it in the moment. Live Courtney reaction. Yes, the Bonanza does have at least one reference to the show. Probably more than one. Just one that I can think of, but I feel like there might have been one besides that. I don't know. But I'll continue to think about that because I'm not exactly sure what I want to do about it. But we can go ahead and look at this other one that's based on the show, because why not? Yeah, that's my Courtney's getting kicked off of Twitch party. If I don't get kicked off today, in a little bit, once I draw the nipples. Bonanza does not have Bluster Kong, but Poppy Kong has the same like cuffs only type of fashion sense. And it does have a creature called the Sinister Blusterwing, or when the Blusterwing becomes good, it has another title, but I don't remember. It's the something Blusterwing. I just remember it being the Sinister one because that's when you fight it as a boss, but the awesome Blusterwing, yeah, I don't remember what the adjective there is. Here we go. You know what? Sure. Why the fuck not? Let's look at Bluster Kong. There he is. Alright, so this is, like I said, based on the show, obviously, because Bluster Kong's in it. But because the show, and I think by extension this comic, has just like 90% of what's in it is just exclusive to the first game, Of course, it has like Dixie and the more pirate Kremlings and stuff, but it's mostly just based on DKC, so whatever. Since this is translated into English, we'll look at it. Oh, and this one has no Mario in it, which is, yeah, that's nice, you know? DK and friends get to stand on their own. This one does have Kremlings in it, by the way. I'm not just looking at this for no reason, but I did scroll ahead in it, so. You know what? I know some people don't like it, but I actually kind of like the way Candy looks in the cartoon, you know? At least as a concept of her design, maybe not always in practice, but I kind of like that, like, short-haired look for her. But anyway, this is Candy's request. Once again, it's time for Uho. DK says, Uho, it's from Candy Kong. A handwritten note? Yep, I'm happy as a crab. That's not a real expression. Well, can you argue with him? He literally has he's turning into the crab bonanza. Oh, it's like Princess Peach's letter. I have a request for you, DK, so please come see me as soon as you can. From Candy Kong. Whoa. Wow, an invitation from your girlfriend. I'm jealous. Yeah, Dixie never sends him a card in the mail. Ooh ho ho! DK's signature move, the hand slap. DK's just extremely excited, I guess. He's really excited about his hot date tonight, and he's losing control of himself. You're enjoying this too much. I'm gonna get changed. Ooh ho! Ah yes, better get dressed up nice. Which necktie is best? Aren't they all the same? Which one do you like best? This one looks like it might have a little bit of some kind of like the upper part of the K, I don't know, is like way thicker than the bottom part of the K. That one looks like it might have a little bit of a printer error on it, so probably not that one. Yeah, this one is kind of fatter than the others. You know, really they all have their uniqueness to them, which makes me think that DK didn't get his ties like mass produced. Like, okay, first of all, we have to ask ourselves, does Donkey Kong really just only have one tie, or does he have like a bunch of ties? I think there's like at least, is it like one of the retro games where you can see that he has like a lot of ties? But the question is, are they all handmade by someone? Perhaps his dear departed mother/grandmother Wrinkly Kong. I like to imagine that she made all the ties for him, and still makes them as a ghost. That's why she sticks around, is to make him new ties. Anyway, Diddy is tagging along on the date, which is awkward. DK says, Candy. And Diddy says, hello! I'm here too! And, she is, she was already here with Bluster. Well, that's more awkward than Diddy coming at the same time. Welcome! I've been waiting for you to get here. What, Donkey Kong? I'm gonna be real, I don't really remember what Bluster's voice sounds like, because I haven't watched the show since I was a kid. That's true, he did say we are donkey, so he has to live with the consequences of that, good and bad. Bluster, what are you doing here? I could ask you the very same question. I got this letter from Candy. So did I, see? Wow, his is like way bigger. Holy shit. Look at, hold on. See, yeah, look at the one that DK has. Now, I know DK might be proportionately bigger than Bluster to begin with, but like, still. He got like an entire, like this is like a poster. Like he could hang this on his wall. That was really close. Okay, good. Wow. Candy seems like either she's showing a bit of favoritism or she thinks that like Bluster has bad eyesight or something, so she had to write it like really huge. It's way bigger than DK's. My request is for both of you. I can give you a kiss anytime. That's not the request! Doing the fan slap gag there. I went to see the 2,000-year sunrise. What the hell? I wonder what that is. Oh, it's just, okay. Well, you see, I guess this was like a Y2K comic, so we've really skipped far ahead in the timeline, but oh well. If that's all you want, here you go! And he throws a starfish at her. I guess that's a shuri, we're gonna say. I said a 2,000-year sunrise, not a 2,000 yen starfish. These two words sound more similar in Japanese. Alright. I want to capture the first sunrise of the year 2000. Whoever brings it to me, I will give them the first date of the year 2000. Hehe. But you can't bring someone the sunrise. Isn't that right, DK? I like this Diddy face. Huh? Where'd he go? Paper Donkey Kong, the 2,000-year sunrise. I'm very curious how this comic is going to go, how he's gonna try to capture the sunrise for her. You know what? That's pretty romantic, I gotta say. Maybe you'll, make a painting. I will bring you that sunrise! No, I will! They're already off. Good luck! The White Mountains. It's so cold! Why did you bring us all the way up here, you moron? You know, you didn't have to follow him, Bluster Kong. It's simple. The taller the mountain, the closer it is to the sunrise. Oh, that makes sense. That's ridiculous. Who is saying that? Did he? Okay. Wait, that's ridiculous. I'm hungry. Did you bring any food? Hold on a moment. I have this. Oh my god. Speaking of things that look out of context, this panel right here. Whoa, it looks great. Ah, freezing! Well, I did make it out of the snow. So it's just a big old snow banana, I see. I hope this is Eddie the Mean Ol' Yeti. I do know about Eddie the Mean Ol' Yeti. Would you like some more? No, I would not! Look at them just sitting there together. These two are such idiots. They should not have been ever entrusted with any kind of task at the same time. Maybe, okay, maybe that's what the sequel to Bonanza will be. It'll be a DK and Bluster Kong going on an adventure together. Finally, the duo matchup that we've all been waiting for all these years. You know, Diddy and Dixie, get out of here. DK and Diddy, get out of here. You know, even something as great as Dixie and Kitty cannot possibly live up to the true star power of they actually just need to have like a Mario and Luigi style DK and Bluster RPG, I think. Bluster Nanza. Yeah, maybe this was really Candy's plan to get these two gone so that she could have some quality time with Diddy. So let's wait here for the sunrise. Okay. Foo foo foo. That was just K-Rool. It's not Eddie the Mean Ol' Yeti, it's this fucking idiot. I don't... Boo! Boo! Boo this man! No, I'm just kidding. I'm happy to see him. There he is. Those buffoons have no idea what they're in for! Big boss of the baddies, King K-Rool, or King K-Rool, because this is the show. It's King K-Rool, there he is. This is our chance. Are Clump and Krusha in this? Is this comic gonna fail Nipple Watch as well? I'm gonna be so disappointed if so. We've had a very, like, nipple-free day so far, and it's... Trust me, we're gonna get there, though. I know it's coming. It's just a big, long payoff today. Like, we just have to really wait for it, but it's coming, alright?
This is our chance to get Donkey Kong. Bananas are the source of his power, and there's none up here.
Get to it!
Take this!
And they are having a snowball fight with them.
Ah, the snowballs are coming right for us! Eek! Gwa!
He looks really cute, though. I like it. Look at him! This is good. Look at him. He's adorable. I love this, I don't know. This probably wouldn't make a good, like, icon because it's cropped weirdly, but... I guess this is appropriate music to come on, considering who showed up. And, DK is just, elevating the rating of this comic by saying, "Damn it! Yee! Wah! You look just like a snowman! Grr! You can't beat me with some dumb snowballs! Rool! I should have known it was you! I underestimated you, Donkey Kong. Then how about this? He whips out a fucking... What the hell is this, man? His blunderbuss was not good enough. I don't know what kind of weapon this is. Some kind of, like, missile launcher. Huh? What kind of weapon is that? Eat this! Oh, he's got it. It's his snowball missile launcher. His newest great invention. After Bleak exploded into a million pieces, he had to, like, make up for the snowball fight somehow. Didn't I tell you snowballs won't work? Eh? Those are no ordinary snowballs, you fool! They're snow bullets that freeze solid in an instant! Why, I can't move! This is just like when I'm playing Pokemon Stadium and my Pokemon gets frozen. Really sucks. We did it! We did it! I've got you this time, Donkey Kong! Look, now I can do this! Of all the things to choose to do, and then the big one, I can completely color him in. Like, you could have drawn, I don't know, like, he was having fun drawing on him, and then he just decided to, like, completely, he got carried away, he just couldn't stop. To be honest, I wonder if the smell of the, like, Sharpie carries through the ice, because that would probably be enough to kill Donkey Kong if you, like, got completely blacked out with Sharpie, just, like, the smell alone. Like, DK is gonna lose a bunch of brain cells in there. You know, all three of them that he has, according to this comic, I guess. He lost a lot of them already from just hanging out with Bluster Kong. I feel like he and Bluster only had, like, one brain cell that they were trading back and forth like Pong.
Wah! Now King K. Rool
is king of the jungle. Huh? This is kind of a long comic. It's, like, almost twice as long as the other one. Yo, Funky's here. Alright. Whoa, the ice melted! Because, Diddy was here dropping some hot water on him. Don't give up, DK! This hot water should warm you up! Thanks, little buddy! Stay out of this, you miserable monkey! Here, have these bananas. Woohoo! I just love him with his snowball launcher. I'll just put those bananas on ice! No, they're all frozen! Serves you right. Well, in that case, what are you doing? This is a good picture, too. What happened to Bluster, by the way? I guess he's just still frozen. He didn't bust his way out of there like DK did. He's just been, like, frozen in the snow the whole time. Fucking useless. And then he clobbers Rool over the head with his big old... I like how the bananas, they froze, like, into the shape of a banana themselves. Like, also, Mornin Notator. I gotta go back, start the music over again. But yeah, the bunch of bananas all froze into, like, sort of this mass that is itself sort of banana shaped. It's like poetry, you know? Way to go, DK! Oh, there he is. There's Bluster. He's still frozen in a snowball back there. I don't know if this is a canon Bluster appearance, but... Frozen Banana Slamma. Look, DK, the sun is rising on the year 2000. Great, now I just have to get it. Can't reach it. I did try to tell you it was impossible. What are you gonna do, DK? There's only one thing I can do. Here you go, the year 2000 sunrise looked just like this. They shaved their heads. Mine is shinier. What? I just wanted you to take a photo. That's, this was quite the tale. To be honest, I feel like this had a plot that fit in well with the TV show. Like, this, this made as much sense as your average plot for the episodes of the TV show. Yeah, it was, I didn't expect this to be a New Year's comic. Now, it is New Year's of the year 2000, which puts us pretty far ahead in the timeline, but whatever. I don't regret looking at this, mostly. So, I don't know, like, who really won here? I feel like Rool still won because DK shaved his head, and now he doesn't have his little Jimmy Neutron hair. Yeah, Bluster just followed DK and just copied what he did. True. And according to the TV show canon, his skull is shaped like that. It's not just like, you know, hair. So really this isn't actually faithful or canon to the show. It's its own timeline. The DK has a round head timeline, AU. In the year 2000, you know, Donkey Kong Island, or Congo Bongo, as it's called in the show, was not worried about Y2K. They were just worried about shaving their heads to capture the sunrise. And there's a Donkey Kong 64 comic, but we'll have to wait on that one. Thank you, Milo and Horsey Pope. That was... I'm glad that we got to look at this comic because it was actually translated. I don't know how I would have lived without this one. I really do like the K snowball launcher. All right, it's time for the how to draw. It's finally happening. Oh, we definitely need to look at all of the trading cards, yeah, when we get there, but yeah, he's in Bonanza 2, DK will have, instead of Pauline, he's gonna have K. Rool on one shoulder and Diddy on the other shoulder, and it'll be like having the like devil and the angel on your shoulder, and one of them will always give him bad advice and the other will, you know, it's like you ever play like Epic Mickey, and if you do like bad stuff in that game, the world gets more like dark and the music gets more depressing and stuff. So like if you make the K. Rool choices, the world changes around you and it becomes more depressing and the Fractones won't talk to you. You make the Diddy choices, then, you know, everybody loves you, but... Well, he might have Bluster Kong too. Bluster Kong is like the post-game content. Like the... You that's your reward for beating the game. You get to play Bluster mode. Alright, I have to go to the bathroom. So when I get back, we will start the How to Draw session. Now, this break, if you want to draw along with the How to Draw DK and Friends book, feel free to do so. You can get your sketchbook or your art program open, and if you actually do any drawings, you don't have to. I don't expect anyone to actually do it, but if you do, you can send them to me on, like, Blue Sky or Discord or however you know me. I would like to see them, but we'll see about that. Let me find a good, good page to leave us on here. That one's pretty good. That's true. Playing K. Rool mode is like the way more fun mode, but it's the less Like, you won't get to interact with all the NPCs and stuff, because they won't talk to you. Alright, I'll go ahead and run the ads super early, because I gotta go to the bathroom, so I will see you in a few minutes. Okay, so... I think this one... Let me test... and make sure that... Yeah, I'm gonna have to make sure that I, like, keep it, like, centered on the thing, but... Yes, we did the Jungle Action Special. I was not prepared for that to have a how to draw section, so I didn't draw along with it, though. Also, it was insane. Okay. Yeah, you know, if you go to the Internet Archive page for this, it has a link that says, buy this book. It says purchase at Better World Books. And if I click that, I wonder what's gonna happen. It gives me a 404. You know what? I'm very sad about that. I was prepared to go to a page that would just let me buy How to Draw Donkey Kong and Friends, and I was gonna buy it. Hi Gadworks, how's it going? I am going to reteach myself how to draw Donkey Kong characters today. Alright, let me finish setting things up here real quick. I think I want to move this to... So I have to, like, arrange my computer workspace here so that I can look at everything. So I'm gonna have to, like, maybe reset this. Is it not going to... It might not capture this if I don't have it on my main screen, which is a little tricky for me. Let me see what I can do here. I don't think that's true. Okay, I don't know. It just crops it weirdly because it's on a different monitor. I have to, like, recrop it, I see. Yeah, because if I'm going to be drawing on my main screen, I have to have this on my, like, side screen, so I have to reset it up here. I'll cut this out of the YouTube video. Oh my goodness, I'm trying to get, like, perfect. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get it perfect, I guess. I'll give it a little wiggle room here. I'm trying to, there we go. I'm trying to get rid of the comic page. Hi, Rainbow. Anyway, the reason I have not turned my webcam back on is because I am not going to have it on for this part, sorry. And the reason is because when I draw, I kind of lean forward and I don't think you'd be able to see me very well anyway. And also, I make stupid faces when I draw and I don't want people to look at me. But also, because I don't know where else to put the art. I don't know where else to put it besides here. I mean, I guess I could, like, put it somewhere, but I felt like the best place for it was just, you know, where my webcam would normally be. Okay, let me drink some water here and then we'll get going. Okay, so the reason I decided to include this is because I had this flashback memory of this book existing. Like, I wasn't even thinking about this book, I was just thinking about all the different comics and novelizations and Nintendo Powers and all that kind of stuff. But then I had a literal shower thought a few days ago, maybe like a week ago, where I I suddenly remembered this How to Draw Donkey Kong and Friends book very vividly, because I remember seeing it at, like, scholastic book fairs and stuff when I was a kid, and always, like, kind of wanting it, but never actually getting it. Because I was always just teaching myself how to draw, you know, just by looking at things. And I never really had any of these, like, how to draw characters books. I think I had one for Pokemon, and that was it. So the interesting thing about this is this came out in 97, I think. Yes. And it has Dixie Kong in it, but other than that, it's like completely DKC stuff, which is why I decided we should do this now instead of saving it for later. Because, you know, if we wait and did this in a chronologically appropriate manner, it would be like after DKC 3, but then we would go back to this and it would be like almost entirely DKC stuff, so I thought we could just do it now. The kind of crazy thing about this is like a DK64 render of DK, right? Like, I associate this particular look for him and this render for him with DK64, but this is from a couple years before DK64 came out, so I guess Rare had made this updated cool render, which I will say, yeah, he looks like really good. Like, this is only just like 3 years after DKC, and you can see how far they had progressed with the 3D, because he looks like so much better if we think back to all the DKC renders we've just been looking at recently in the Nintendo Powers and the guides and stuff, where his hair looks like really like simplistic and more like some kind of awkward sweater that rides up too high on his arms. And then you look at his fur here, like they had come so far in just a few years. And I guess they made this promo render and then just used it for DK64, but they made it way before the game came out. Yeah, maybe I would be better at drawing Kongs if I had gotten this book. And, yeah, we got this, famous Diddy pointing. Diddy always loves pointing at things. And, Dixie, there she is. So, the interesting thing about this is not only does it have, like, instructions on how to draw the characters, but the flavor text that goes along with it is pretty entertaining just from the small amount that I had looked at, so that's going to be one thing that we will be enjoying as we go through this. And yeah, this came out in 1997. Written by good old Michael Teitelbaum, same person who wrote the novelizations, and the art is by Leaf Peng, who I believe illustrated at least the first novelization, maybe? I feel like some of them had different illustrators, but Leaf Peng did at least some of them. Alright. Hello there! I'm not gonna do all of this in the cranky voice, I'm sorry, but... Hello there, video game fans and future artists. Cranky Kong here. My grandson, Donkey Kong, I know you've heard of him, was too lazy to write the introduction to this book himself. As usual, he asked me to step in and save his hairy hide. So here I am to welcome you to this How to Draw book. Put down your Nintendo game machine for a little while. Don't worry, you can pick it up later. And take a journey from the fancy, colorful, high-tech world of Donkey Kong Country to the wonderful, low-tech world of paper and pencils. Makes it sound like he could have said, like, put down the controller or something, but instead it makes it sound like you're picking up your entire Super Nintendo. I mean, I guess he's talking about the Game Boy or something. All great ideas, such as the Donkey Kong Country video game, start off on the drawing board. This is out of character. I don't believe that Cranky would say that Donkey Kong Country was a great idea. A couple of lines and circles become a well-loved character, like me. With this book, you'll learn to draw all the Kongs, as well as their friends and enemies. I don't think I'm going to be drawing all the Kongs, though. I don't have time for that. We're only drawing Kremlings. That's, like, the whole point, right? So I'm going to continue to not know how to draw Kongs. This book will take you step by step through the process of drawing the characters that live in that jolly jungle known as Donkey Kong Country. You'll start out with some circles and lines. Later you'll add the details that give each character his or her own look. Practice each of the characters until you feel comfortable drawing him or her. Then put your imagination to work. Start thinking of situations and stories to put us into. You can do a comic strip, a storybook, or even a giant-sized poster of your favorite Kongs and Kremlings. Honestly, that's so cool. This is he's giving me basically advice that I already know, but I appreciate it. So enough talk already. I'm a monkey of action. Pick up your pencils and get ready for some cartooning fun. Here are a few tips before you begin. Draw lightly as you sketch. You'll have plenty of time to darken your lines as you finish your drawing and fill in the details. Stay loose. Let your hand and arm move freely. Don't grip your pencil like you're trying to choke a Kremling. Whoa! Chokema. Alright. Cranky, are you just going out there strangling Kremlings? Hi, DK Buzzard. Hey, you know, I was thinking of you with the new Bonanza event with the Lord Frederick and Tuck statues. I don't know if you even have Bonanza, but if you do, I hope you are able to get them, and I hope you're happy about it. I literally thought of you. I was like the person who loves Frederick most of all. Anyway, we're talking about choking Kremlings. Don't be afraid to make a mistake. That's why erasers were invented. Well, that's why the Control-Z shortcut was invented for me. Remember, the poses in this book are guides to help you understand the shapes that make up Donkey Kong and the rest of the good guys and bad guys. As you practice, and you must practice if you're going to improve, you'll soon be able to create your own poses, situations, and stories. But be patient. It takes time to get comfortable drawing. So turn the page and get started. Oh, one last thing. Do me a favor. When you draw Donkey and Diddy, please try to get them to listen to me and my vast experience a bit more. I'll really appreciate it. Happy drawing. This was cute. This page from Cranky. Even if he was a little bit nicer than normal. I appreciate that, because you don't want Cranky to be too mean when you're trying to encourage a young artist, right? Like, if this is really in character for Cranky, he would be like, do your best, but I'm sure your art's gonna fucking suck, and, you know, like, I don't even know why you're trying. Why would you want to draw these miserable loser characters? But, so I like that he was a little bit nicer, and, it kind of does look like he's holding a weird pencil with an eraser at the tip. But this is a very flavorful intro here. I liked it a lot. Alright, you can draw Donkey Kong's head. Now, we're gonna be reading all of this, even though I'm not going to actually draw anything until we get to the Kremlings, but... begin by drawing 2 equal-sized circles. Stack them so that they overlap by about 1/3 of their height. Then draw the one vertical and 2 horizontal guidelines as shown. Add the eyebrows, eyes, nostrils, and mouth along the center vertical line. Next, add the ears, hair, jaw, and other details as shown. Erase the guidelines, and you've got Donkey Kong in all his gorilla glory. Yeah, there he is. I gotta say, you know, it's neat because, like, how to draw books like this, you know, they can teach you some fundamentals of drawing, but obviously, you know, they're really only going to show you how to draw very specific stock poses for each character, but I like that the intro was kind of frank about that. It was like, obviously, this is just a starting point, but maybe it can help give you an idea of how you draw these characters, and you can kind of try to practice and do stuff from there. But, like, it is good to, like, at least teach kids that, you know, to draw, you have to, like, start with some kind of sketch guide. It doesn't just, like, come out of your pencil fully formed. You have to, like, draw circles and lines and stuff to show you where to put things, and I've known some artists, some cartoonists who get so good that they can really just draw things without, like, any kind of undersketch, but even to this day, and I've been drawing my whole life, I still need to, like, use all of the sketches and shapes and stuff. I'm a really messy artist. I have to use lots of layers of, like, prep, and then sort of drawing on top of it and whittling it down from there. Donkey Kong's expressions. Now that you've practiced a straight-on view of Donkey Kong, let's turn him a little to the side and give him some expressions. You'll still begin with 2 stacked circles, but to turn his head, you must turn and curve the guidelines as shown. Which is your favorite DK I like the excited one. Look at him. He's so happy. I like that he has little wrinkles in the side of his like brow. It makes it look like he has little eyelashes. He's getting like DK's so young, but he's already getting wrinkles in his brow. It's because he's had to go through so much already. Donkey Kong's body! Begin by drawing a circle for his head, then divide the circle into 4 quarters as shown. Add an action line to indicate the way Donkey Kong is standing or moving. Map out Donkey Kong's chest, arms, and legs using circles as shown. Note how the circles for his legs are smaller than those for his chest and arms. Yeah, he skipped leg day. Yeah. You know, they could only fit so many steps into this book, so there's a lot of filling in the blanks that the artist, the young artist, amateur artist has to do here. Everyone needs a good head on his shoulders, and Donkey Kong is no exception. Once you practice DK's head and facial expressions, you're ready to move on to drawing his whole body. Next, add the facial details. See page 4. Yeah, you can go back and reference his different expressions there. The hands and the toes. You can't forget the toes. You know, the hands are such a difficult thing to draw, unless you're the guy who drew K. Rool's hyper-realistic yaoi hands, in which case you're just, like, super good at it. But yeah, it's... skipping, like, how to draw the hands and just being like, yeah, just draw the hands, just draw the fingers. That's going to be, difficult for a lot of people. Join the circles as shown. Then add the final details such as DK's tie and his cuffs on both his wrists and his ankles. Erase the construction lines and that's it. Congratulations! You've just completed your first full figure Donkey Kong drawing. Oh, and what a full figure he has. I like the shading of his tie onto his chest. You know, you don't always get that kind of detail. Don't worry if it's not perfect. You've just taken a big step toward illustrating your own DK adventures. Keep practicing. Yeah, we don't know the artist of the hyper-realistic hands, but we can probably find out later. If I find out, I will put text in the video. Like I already had to add a little text to the one I recently uploaded to YouTube. I can put some text on the video giving credit. Diddy Kong's head. I like number 2 here. Number 2 looks like that weird thing from Angry Aztec, you know? The weird carving that I always look at. Most stories have more than one character, so let's move on to drawing Donkey Kong's little buddy, Diddy Kong. Start out with the same circles and guidelines that you use for Donkey Kong. However, Diddy's eyes are much larger than those of his big buddy. Draw them as shown, then add his cap and his mouth. I frankly think you should just stop there. You should just stop at number 2. That's good. That's a good Diddy Kong. You don't need to go further than that. In fact, why does he have eyebrows? Why? They forgot his millimeter of flesh between his eyes, shaking my dang head. Add Diddy's ears and the other detail lines shown here. Finish up by erasing your construction lines, then add shading as shown around Diddy's eyes, eyebrows, and ears. And on the bottom of the cap's bill. Now you've drawn Diddy in all his simian splendor. Yeah, eyebrow is optional. Diddy Kong's expressions. Once again, we turn the head a bit and work on some expressions. Use the 2 curved horizontal guidelines to set the distance between Diddy's nostrils, which rest on the lower line, and the top of his eyes, which end at the upper line. Now practice the details of these 3 expressions. He doesn't look that annoyed in the annoyed one. He kind of just looks, like, mildly upset. It's a good face, though. It's good because you can't see his eyebrows. The concerned one is really good. That would be, like, a good reaction image. Just crop out the concerned Diddy with the word concerned under it. Diddy Kong's body. Oh man, look at this cool kid right here. Begin with the basic head construction you've already learned and add the action line to indicate the way Diddy is standing, or leaning in this case. Add the lines as shown to map out Diddy's short, round body. Alright, you don't have to dunk on him. Arms and legs. Unlike Donkey Kong, Diddy's arms and legs are about the same size. Now let's get Diddy up on his feet. Start filling in the details on his head. See page 8. Hands and feet. Don't forget his cap. They forgot his tail, though. Add the final touches as shown, and Diddy is ready to join the cast of characters in your original Donkey Kong adventures. Yeah, he's so cool. Look at this dude. But he doesn't have a tail. I mean, I guess it's hidden behind him. Alright. We're gonna get to some Kremlings soon, I promise. There's like a lot of them. But first we got Dixie, who, you know, we don't even know who Dixie Kong is at this point in our journey, but we'll I guess this is when we meet her. We meet her during this How to Draw Donkey Kong and Friends book. Begin with the basic head construction and action line. Wait, we didn't have Dixie's expressions. We just go straight to her body. I see. Yeah, that's how you treat female characters. You go straight to their body. Add lines as shown for Dixie Kong's body, hat, arms, legs, and of course her famous ponytail. Note that Dixie Kong's body is similar to Diddy's, but it's a little more peanut shaped. That's why Diddy loves her so much, because he loves peanuts. There she is. Wherever Diddy goes, his friend Dixie Kong is sure to follow and help him on his quest. Let's add her to the list of characters you can draw. Start to fill in the details such as fingers, toes, costume, and face. Don't forget Dixie Kong's knee pads and the details on her powerful ponytail. There she is. Don't forget her Rareware logo on her hat. Yeah, well, Cranky didn't even get 2 different pages. They just squished him onto 1 page. Now that's an injustice. No Donkey Kong adventure would be complete without DK's grousing granddad, Cranky Kong. Begin as usual with the head, construction, and action line. Note how the circles for Cranky's head line up differently than the others do, and that his action line is more stooped over. Yeah, he's got his hunchback. Don't forget her knee pads. Yeah, I guess, you know, when they brought Dixie Kong back, they neglected to read this book. They didn't consult the ancient texts. Add details as shown. Note that Cranky's legs are thin and bend in at the knees. Wow, I guess Cranky didn't continue to narrate the rest of this book, because he would never admit his own thin, gangly legs. Add facial details, hands, feet, beard, cane, and eyeglasses. Put in the finishing touches on Cranky's hair, cuffs, and sleeves. You can almost hear Cranky complaining. Yeah, Cranky definitely only wrote the intro. Cranky is looking a little rough. Really captures his scrawny old man energy. Oh yeah, Funky Kong. Rambi is next. We're getting a little preview there. Spoiler alert. He's the coolest dude to ever fly a plane. He's Funky Kong, and here's how to draw him. Should have kept my webcam up for a little longer instead of putting this... Oh well. Funky's body proportions are the same as Donkey Kong's. Start off with the head circles and action line. Yeah, he's pretty much exactly Donkey Kong, but with different clothes. Add the body, arm, and leg ovals, which are similar to those of Donkey Kong. Now add the details. Sandals, sunglasses, kerchief cap. Kerchief cap is alright. That makes it sound so quaint. Like, I would just call it a bandana. A kerchief cap makes it sound like he's like an old grandma. And neck chain and medallion. Here's where Funky really begins to look like himself. Yeah, when you get those sunglasses on him. Put in the finishing touches as shown, and you've completed the final member of the Kong clan. Yeah, Candy, not real. It says rare on his bling, right? But it's like so hard to tell what it says. Yeah, well, he censored himself with his own, like, medallion. His ironic Carl necklace. I'm gonna zoom in and see if, like, we can get a better view there. Yeah, it just looks like nonsense. It's like whatever you want it to say. Alright, Rambi. How many... Oh my god, sorry, I'm just previewing. Alright, we're almost there, everybody. We just gotta get through some animal buddies first. Yeah, since this came out after DKC2 and DKC3, the only Kongs worth mentioning were all the ones from DKC, except they replaced Candy with Dixie because she's better. Rambi the Rhino. The Kongs have lots of friends and enemies. Let's learn how to draw some of them, starting off with our friend Rambi. First, draw Rambi's head circles. Notice that they are very close together and that the action line is horizontal. Add the body and leg shapes, keeping in mind that Rambi's head is very large in proportion to the rest of his body. Rambi and his giant head, yet again. This guy cannot stop dunking on how big Rambi's head is. Also, okay, hold on. Add the two bumps on his back, the horn on his nose, his toes, and the basic shapes for his eyes, ears, and tail. Fill in the remaining details, eyes, tail, and mouth, and you've got Rambi to add to your conquest. I don't think they needed to emphasize his lips that much. That's what I was gonna say. He looked better without whatever is going on with his lip situation here. Yeah, Rambi's gonna give you a big old kiss. He just looks at you and it's like the lip eye emote. Mwah. Rambi getting ready for a night on the town. I really like the line for Espresso here. He's like, swoop. Start off with a single circle for Espresso's head. Oh, hold on. Espresso is a speedster and a good friend of the Kongs. Yeah, true. I gotta wait till we get back to the K-Rool page. Let's go back a bit. Okay. Start off with a single circle for Espresso's head. Divide this into quarters as shown. Then draw a large curve to serve as your action line for Espresso's body. Add shapes for the body, back feathers, legs, shoes, and beak. Sorry, I had a hiccup there for a second. It made me sound like some kind of weird Kremling getting jumped on. Fill in the facial details, feathers, and shoes. Notice the bumps on Espresso's feathers and his knobby knees, which bend backward. Fill in the remaining details as shown, and you're done. That's a pretty good Espresso, I gotta say. It's pretty accurate right there. On guard is like fucking easy. This has gotta be like maybe the easiest person in the whole book. On guard has helped the Kongs on their sea adventures. Here's how to draw him. With most of the characters in this book, the action line for the pose extends down from the head. On guard's action line travels right through the middle of a single circle used for his head and body. Add a curve inside the circle to help position his eyes. Finn's tail and sword-like snout are all long, thin, triangular shapes that extend out from the body circle. Draw these in now. Notice that the eyes sit in the top quarter of the head. Fill in his pupils, and add the fin that hangs below on guard's body. Then join his body parts with smooth, sweeping curves. I like that the very, like, tippy top of his fin was not included in the last one. Like, they weren't connected together, and so that's one of the new things in part 3, is you gotta, like, add the little point of the top of his fin. I don't remember if he had a French accent, but he was described as being French in a Nintendo Power that we looked at recently. And, you know, not just his name, he was called a French fish. And I was sad because I know that I can't do a French accent, and I'm not even gonna try it. Smooth out the details as shown, then add a lightning bolt stripe along his side. Now on guard's ready to join the Kongs for some undersea action. And then Squawks, of course. Before we finish with the Kongs and their friends, let's draw Squawks. Squawks has lent them a hand, a wing actually, on many of their adventures. Start with a small circle, but don't let it fool you. Squawks actually has a very large head, okay? Now draw his beak. See what we mean? Add the large body, circle, wings, and feet. Well, I guess it's not his head that's so big, it's just his beak. Start adding the ruffles on his feathers. Note how the pupils of his eyes sit on the horizontal center line. Fill in the final details and you're ready to send the Kongs and their friends out on an adventure. What about the bad guys, you say? Yes, we thought you'd never ask. I've literally been asking this whole time. That's good advice, Milo. I'll do that next time. Just add some. Alright, alright. Finally, I can learn how to draw the boy. There he is. Honestly, you don't need to go further than this. Try to center this a little more. Okay, okay, we're gonna actually get started with the art now. Let me make sure we're ready to do this. I actually don't know how I'm gonna really handle this, but I have to, it's gonna be hard to look at the chat and my art program and the instructions. Let me try to resize some stuff here. Okay, I think I can do this. Gonna actually have to rearrange some stuff on my desk physically real quick. Alright, alright. Scooch up a little bit here. Get into drawing position. Okay. So I think I'll start with like doing the sketch in red, and then maybe we can trace over with black on top. Hold on, let me see the bounds of what I've got here on the stream. Yeah, we should be good. Okay. Alright. As with the good guys, start off Rool, okay, by drawing a small circle for his head and an action line. You can see from the placement of the circle on the action line how far forward Rool's tiny head sits on his huge body. Alright. Okay, so give him a little head up here. And then, like this. This is, I draw in like a super sketchy way, so. Well, actually, hold on, it needs to be more towards the top of his head there, like that. Okay, now it gets a lot more complicated all of a sudden. Add a large oval for this bad guy's big bod. Plus smaller ovals to define his arms and legs. Notice how long his arms are. They reach down almost to his feet. Add a rectangle to indicate his jaw. I don't really make his arms that long normally. But I guess we are going to this time. Okay, so it's I can't like really look at my art program and this book at the same time, so I just have to like kind of remember what it's telling me to do here. Oh, he's chonky. He's like this is like so much different from how I normally draw him. This feels very strange. Like, I feel like, I don't know, maybe his head shouldn't be proportionately that small. I don't know. We'll maybe make this oval a little smaller here. I'm just gonna go ahead and erase this part of the line because I don't like that. I don't like that being there. All right. Bring that oval back up. Okay. Then guess we got a shoulder here. Other shoulder. He's got such a hunchback. Yeah, this is a DKC game accurate K-Rool. This is not really exactly how I draw him usually, but and then let's just go ahead and draw his like hand here. Doing a little cleanup. And then over on this side. Okay. You know what? His hands, his lower arm needs to be back further because we need to be able to see like the way his ass is, you know, the way that his legs join up. And then he's got these two little like foot mittens here. Looking like the Kong's feet in DK-64. Yeah, I'm adding my own interpretation slightly. I'm trying to keep faithful mostly. Look at this guy, I love him. Alright, then he's got his jaw. Who's that Kremling? Go ahead and... Alright. Yeah, then you just draw the rest of him. Draw the rest of the King K. Rool. Okay, now let's learn to draw some of the Kongs. Oh, that's... What? Why does it... I guess this is like a spread, probably, and that's why the description isn't until the second part of it, but it would be at the top of the page, the 2-page layout. Now let's learn to draw some of the Kong's enemies. Let's start off with the baddest of all baddies. Yes, we're talking about King K. Rool, leader of the evil Kremlings. Then you draw another rectangle on top of Rool's head, divided in half horizontally. You'll use the upper half for the spikes of his crown. I always struggle with drawing his crown, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, this is a lot. They're throwing a lot at me. So where do we begin here? I guess with, like, let's just start at the top, okay? So, I like to draw a character's eyes pretty soon. Like, that's one of the first things I draw when I draw someone. So we'll just put in his eyes, that. And then kind of bring this down here, and then he's got his, like, cheek. And mouth comes up like that. And, guess we have, like, this sort of thing going on. Okay, now we draw the crown. I guess I'll put in, I don't know, his neck here. Like, he looks so dumb. Now, the crown is like, they just want us to draw a box. He looks like a chef. He's got like a chef's hat. I'm sure if Victor is watching, he's gonna love this. He loves chef's hats. Okay. His teeth are a mess, dude. Dude needs some dental work. I'm going to just go ahead and use my own discretion here when drawing his teeth. I'm not gonna try to, like, imitate what's going on there. And then the bottom part of his mouth there. Okay, and then we draw his lovely tits, like that. Oh, I guess I need to go back to the, you know what? Well, we'll go to the Gangplank Galleon music when I'm actually getting closer to the end here. This is involved. Yep, K. Rool. Hey, Minties. Alright, and then tummy. Make his... Bring that oval out. And then the belly button and his belly button line. He looks like such a goddamn doofus. This is so funny. Okay. Then he's got his little, we're not gonna bother about making the jewel too complicated right now. The King K jewel, the family jewels. And, we're gonna have his cape kind of come over like that. He's so hunched, this man. And there's a lot of stuff that they just throw at you all at once in this. Let's see. I kind of want his arm bands to be more, like, upward pointing like that. I'm making it a little fancy here. It kind of looks like he's doing, like, a hee-hee, like, I don't know. Yeah, they don't have his tail here. I guess you can't really see it. Much like Diddy, they're just leaving out all the tails. Now, okay, we're gonna give him some toesies. Don't worry, we'll give him claws in a minute. He's like really standing on his tippy toes here. Okay, more of these. So I think the last thing I need to do is the cape, and his fingies. I'm gonna draw his fingers a little different here, just because I want him to be, like, in the middle of doing his, like, twitchy hand stem thing that he does. We'll come back to his hands in a minute, because we can maybe consider giving him some claws to, like, future-proof this a little bit. And his cape, which kind of go like that. There we go. And then it's just like add all the details and you're done. So obviously the toe claws. And I want to give him a tail, so we're just gonna kind of throw that in there right there. The little bonus. He's looking at us awkwardly. That's what I've decided. It's like he got, like, caught in the middle of something. And then obviously the details of his muscular arms and trying to look at what other details get added here. Obviously his cape pattern and his little lines on his cape and stuff at the top. Oh, the description says, add Rool's armbands, cape, and spikes. Spikes? Oh, like for his crown, I guess. Finish up the details as shown. You're ready to introduce the meanest of all the banana-thieving Kremlings to your original stories and artwork. Thank you, I will. Yeah, I can't help bringing my own art style into it just a little bit, because I literally don't know anything else, but... What a doofus. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, I think, is how do they expect children to draw the cape? I mean the crown things, like this, I guess. Bring these things down a little bit, and then he's kind of. Oh my god! All right. All right, hold on. Here's what we're gonna do here. Gonna speed run finishing this off here. Oh yeah, I know it's not a bad thing. I'm trying to mostly keep to the instructions here and not get, like, too creative with it, but... Okay, hold on. Yeah, the like, way they've drawn his, like, face with all of these different, like, segments to it is, I guess, kind of accurate to if you were trying to interpret his 3D model into, like, 2D art, but maybe not, like, the most, like, actually good way to draw him in 2D. So, again, I'm using a little creativity with the way I'm drawing his snout here. Let's see. Give him his other eye. Oh, I gotta put this on multiply, so there we go. This is gonna be real sketchy, but... You know, it didn't say to add in all of his eye veins. We gotta do that step ourselves. So yeah, here's Courtney's tips for drawing the bloodshot eye veins, is that, like, you want to kind of, like, vary it up a bit. Like, you don't want them all to be, like, super long. So, you know, draw, like, a long one, and then a short one, and then maybe, like, a medium one. And then maybe one that goes, like, all the way to his pupil. And then, like, another short one, maybe. And you want them to, like, follow the curvature of the eye, too. So you don't want to just draw them, like, straight lines. Oh, here we go. We got back around to it. Another, like, longish one. There we go. That's pretty good right there. He's got, like, such a, like... He looks like he was just caught in the middle of something. Caught red-handed, stuffing Diddy into a barrel. Give him a little bit of a... snout thing there. Caught hyper-realistically handed. Okay. So, he's got like a big ol' like neck that I don't normally draw him with this much like neck power, but we'll do it here. And then I'm gonna tone it down like just a little bit, but still give him a bit of neck there, and then we're gonna quickly do this crown bullshit. Drawing his crown is like always like the worst part for me. And I always give him like a giant crown, like even though these days he's usually depicted with like a teeny tiny little crown. It always looks like stupid when I try to do that, so I give him the old school rare giganto crown. So it's like these things are not even, but whatever. Drawing circles, no! Then give him some like ones in the back, which you can just kind of like shade in like that. Okay. Thank you, Sage. I am such a messy artist that over time I realized I have to like fully embrace these like really sketchy brushes in everything I do. The like digital art I make is not like the super smooth style of line art because my art style is just like so rough and messy to begin with. This is so good. I'm gonna give him his little nostrils here. Actually, put them more in the middle maybe. Should I give him like a little Yeah, now he looks like extra worried. Okay. Now for the cape. And well, okay. Something like that, I guess. And then we'll just add in some lines. Yeah, he just went to Burger King and got his crown. Something that I do when I draw Kremlings, so I'm just gonna give you this little tip if you want to take it or leave it from me, but I just like to give them like little random scales like this. I'm not going to draw like an entire body's worth of scales, but I just like to give them some random ones like that. Alright, and I'll try to do his stupid gemstone thing here. Make it a little bit more interesting. You just draw like a hexagon or something, or an octagon, I guess, if you really want. Okay. You can draw his back teeth as well. I guess technically I'm gonna give him another one back here. Cause like, okay, if this is the front one, so he should really only have like, yeah, I don't know. I am gonna give him another one back there though. Okay, we gotta start the song over, the soundtrack. How are we doing on time? Okay, I can hopefully finish this up before I have to take another break. Okay, we gotta hustle though. Oh, hold on. I need to pull the thing back up here. Okay. So something left out of this book, but if you want to do this for yourself when drawing the boy, when you give him his belly armor, just a second. You can so you just draw it in like this. but then like you want to draw like a extra line here basically, because you're making it like three-dimensional the way it comes off his body. Yeah, so actually it should, I feel like, hold on. I'm gonna put this back further. Whoop. There we go. I'm cheating because I have Control Z. Something like that. It's not my finest work, but... Alright, belly button. And then draw the rest of the tummy. Oh my god, drawing rounded things is so hard. Why do I draw Rool all the time? Alright. His face is just killing me. Okay. Alright. Now, yeah! Scared me. Yes? I literally can't hear you because of the clock going off. What? Yeah, what? Yeah. Victor said I should make his face into an emote. Okay. Sorry about that. Finishing off his little armbands. Okay, so here's the interesting thing about his hands, right? So we can just draw him with fingies. Now here he only has 3 fingers, unlike the comic we were looking at earlier where he had, you know, the whole 4 fingers and a thumb situation. So if you want to draw him with claws, like the simplest way to do it that I like to do normally is just like, you just give him like pointy fingers like so, and then just, you know, the very, very simple like that. Or what you can do is you can kind of, you would just draw hands, but say make his fingers like a little shorter than you might normally draw fingers. Just slightly, like this. Just what looks like, you know, little stubby, little grubby hands. And then you just give him claws like this, which is a little more accurate to like 2D art that has existed of him. So I'm gonna give him claws because I want to. Because I like them. Alright. Don't forget his muscle definition here. I don't... That's what they're doing in the book, so... Some more scales here. Yeah, that's something that I learned about crocodiles fairly recently in my life. I feel like they could compromise with the original vision for Kremlings not having hand claws by just giving them not a full hand's worth of claws. Alright, his teensy tiny little legs. Okay, hang on, I gotta make sure that we're not gonna run into the... I'm probably gonna have to take the break in the middle. I'm not gonna be done with this yet. Adding in his sacrilegious tail. It's not part of the instructions. We are breaking the rules here. I need to make him more on his tippy toes. You want to see the real digital art cheating. So I'm just gonna move his toes down here. Ha 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 ha. Every time I see his face. Oh god. Then I saw his face, and now I'm a believer. I'm gonna try to snooze the ads for 5 minutes, and let's see if we can hustle on and finish this up here. Alright. His toesies. I'm working so hard here. I'm like making my tablet. I'm like shifting it around. Going crazy. I'm not even looking at the instructions anymore. All right. Gonna give him more little scales here. Maybe not there, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay. Claws, 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 claws. There we go. You can tell the moment in which I stopped caring. Okay. Other part of his cape. And then, okay, his pattern on his cape. Basically, you just draw 2 lines. I'm gonna make it bigger than the art shows, but you draw 2 lines like that. And then you just kind of draw like triangles, like this. That's how you do it. And, you know, kind of make the triangles like wavy to fit with however you've drawn his cape. One there, and then like, yeah. Kind of simplifying it here because don't want it to be like too distracting compared to what's in the foreground. All right. I think that's about it. I need to recenter this. Hold on. That's me following the instructions fairly closely. Okay, now I will take my break. Okay, I'm back. And I'm excited to move on to whoever's next. But just to finish off Keith here real quick. Some things we could maybe like... Yeah, make it so his arm isn't like so completely separate looking. Give him a little muscle over there. Give him some more like random scales here and there. Just like little U's basically. You can add a little shading here and there if you want. You gotta like make the scales sort of like follow the curvature of whatever you're drawing them on. You can any claws you can sort of give them like a definition like along their top too if you want to do that. Depending on like what angle they're at. This one's kind of turned away, so And obviously, of course, I would be making the line art look better, but he's beautiful, you know. Just experimenting here. How does he look if I take this away? Put it back further. I gotta keep this more accurate to what it was telling me to do here. All right. Well, I think we keep him as he is. I think he's perfect. The perfect angel. All right. And then our sketch. The sketch is just really funny. This is why whenever I draw things, I always like keep the whip files around, the work in progress files, and I just like looking back at my own sketches because they're always very doofy looking. That's why I have a million megabytes worth of art files on my computer. All right, there we go. Sorry, I'm gonna sneeze. That's fun. I hope you enjoy it. Alright, now we're gonna move on. Oh boy! It's Critter. Critter only has one page to his name. Critter is a very typical Kremling. Once you can draw Critter, you can use his basic form to make up your own Kremlings. Oh my god, they're already, like, encouraging us to make Kremling OCs in this book. I love this so much. This book is such a blessing. You know, I haven't saved this file yet. I should do that. I'm gonna save it as, there we go. Alright. Okay. This guy should be a lot simpler, right? So, once again, start off with the divided circle and action line. Okay. Let me get a little bigger, I guess. Okay, sound effect incoming. Hold on. It's a good one. I know you were hoping to get some kind of like, oh, but it's a pretty good one. Yo, thanks for the Prime sub. Okay, so something like this, I guess. Critter's body is not as big as King K. Rool's. Draw a circle for the body, then add the additional arm, leg, neck, and jaw shapes as shown. Okay, yeah, just do all this. This is hard for me to do when, like, not having this on the same screen, but okay. Guess we'll start with his... Honestly, this line should be, like, even further that way, but I don't want it to be that far that way for my own purposes, so... He's got his little snoot here. Snoot. More like that, I guess. And then for his cheek, big old cheek. Pretty barrel-chested here. And then some arm circles. Make it a little lower. His arm's a little too long. I'm gonna cheat again. Make it a bit smaller. That was a puffed up exploding, yes, but maybe, you know, there's a lot of sound effect recycling in the DKC games, so it might have also been Creepy Crow exploding. Creepy Crow going to the great beyond. Alright, now I gotta draw his little Kremling crotch down here. This looks inappropriate. This looks inappropriate. I've gotta quickly hurry and add more. All right. And then that weird shape here. Then his little foot mitten, and then this. This guy's ready to get you. Okay, next add critters, tail, eyes, teeth, fingers, toes, and shoulder armor. Yeah, just add in all of that. All of that. I think his snout should be like pointing downwards a bit more. Gotta draw in some extra lines here, you know, that they didn't even tell me about. The lines that Michael Titelbaum didn't tell you about. Okay, so start with the eyes first. And I might want to have both of his nostrils visible. Not draw them in yet, actually. Have some teeth back here, a couple of them, and a couple more up here. Yo, a hype train? This is clearly the most hype stream that I've ever done, so it's appropriate. Alright, let me give him his nostrils now. His head is a little more turned than it is in the art. Okay, the shoulder armor would be like, they draw it like starting like here. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't draw critters very much. Like, I can't think of like the last time. I mean, I did like this big DKC illustration years ago where I drew one, but I don't draw critters very much. Especially not like this original kind, I guess, even though they are my favorite. Thank you, Victor. Thank you for adding to the hype train. Hang on a sec. Sorry, I just saw Jero's art link. That's beautiful. I mean, that looks very accurate to the instructions. That's... You did a good job. Whoa! Andre! That's crazy, thank you. Happy New Year. Merry New Year. Happy Christmas. Thank you so much. I forgot what I was doing because, oh, I gotta draw on his pecs and all that stuff. Alright. His, abs and such. Okay. This is a lot. A lot of abs. He's got a six-pack for sure. Okay. So So it's just like... It goes right down there into his crotch. I'm giving him like an 8-pack, actually. Yeah, I think his pecs need to be even bigger. That's the problem. Why do I feel like he's like harder than K-Rool? I just used all my stamina on the king. There we go. We'll clean this up later. What the real problem is that his pecs start so low in this. It's like he's wearing like a revealing bra. Like he's got so much like, I don't know what you call this. It's part of your body. Like, okay, now we gotta draw his little knee pads. Much like Dixie Kong, you can't forget the knee pads. Sternum... Isn't the sternum like the part between like your pecs or your boobs or whatever? But what, you know, the part between your neck and like where your, I guess like pecs or boobs start, that part of your body. Okay, now he's got his... He is really ready to get you with his little thingies. Victor's coming down here, so if you hear any like background noise, it's probably because he's working on something. Have that curved in a little more. Okay, now I think we just need to add his toes. We're done for this step. Now we just do everything else, you know? Easy. Oh, his tail, of course. Can't forget that. Why is Shadow here? Sorry, I heard some noise. I heard someone coming down the stairs. It was Shadow? Victor, do you know Shadow's down here? Are you watching? Victor. What? Hi, buddy. Shadow, you wanna draw? I took him to the bathroom just a few hours ago, so... Shadow, I don't know if it's like safe for you to be down here right now. It's kind of a mess. I'm gonna take Shadow back upstairs, sorry. Hang on a sec. Oh, I'll be back in just a minute. Oh no, I hear Victor coming. What? Why is he here? Technically, Shadow is allowed down here in the basement, but it's just... He doesn't want to go back up. Aw, buddy. What? Okay, alright, fine. Victor says I should show him on stream since he's so determined to be down here. Hold on a sec. I have to, Actually, we can just go back to this. Hey! Hey, come back here! Shadow, no! Come here! Come here! He went under my desk. Hold on a sec. Hey! I'll grab him. I got him. Shadow, no! Never mind. He, when I tried to grab him, he, like, ran. And he ran off and he ran all the way back up the stairs. This dog is such a troll. Holy crap. Shadow's trick. Yeah, first he went under my desk, and then when I went around and tried to grab him, he just ran all the way out of my room and back up the stairs. Now I have to get all comfy and adjusted again. Boy, this dog really messed me up. He used to be on my stream all the time. But I guess those days are behind him. Okay, back to this. So I was about to draw his tail. Now finish the details as shown, and you've got yourself one regulation type Kremling. Just dunking on critters is just so boring. Okay. Gotta draw on his little pupils there. Alright. Let's do this. This is kind of exhausting. We still gotta make it through the other two boys that I know are in this. I don't remember if anyone else is. Okay. Let's just start like this. With his little eye thingies, eyebrows. Critters do have very, they've got like the reptilian snake eyes, which is something that is fairly consistent with all the different designs they've had, that they tend to have a little more like slit type eyes. They are truly like, I don't know, it makes them seem like very like primal. I like that about them. Alright Milo, thanks for dropping in. Appreciate all the stuff you've done with the comics and everything. Oh, the hype train emotes are just emotes that you get for participating in a hype train, and I think originally they were all train themed. It was like, they would all be like parts of a train, and then you could put them in a row and they would be different like train cars and stuff. But they decided that was kind of dumb, so now it's just like random ass emotes. But you can only get them for participating in a hype train, like Gritty Goose. It's the most famous one. Let's see, I don't know how I want to draw his snout, really. So maybe just keep it like that. I don't like the, I don't know, something about the way his like, maybe I should follow the rules closer here. I didn't like the way his jaw was too like curved up there. I will give you a noise after this critter. I know you said to ignore it, but I'll do it anyway. But, you know, we have to, I want to finish this first without getting distracted. So he's got like a big old cheek. That's what we're supposed to be drawing here. I don't necessarily love that for him, but that is, I guess, technically what we need to do. That's accurate. He's got a cheek that like kind of merges into the back of his head like that. Alright. Then he's got like a neck. And all of his ab situation here. I gotta hustle it along a little bit or I'm gonna run out of time and energy, so gotta kind of try to... I'm a very, very slow artist, but... Okay. give him a little bit of, I don't know, spice it up a little bit. In the, yeah, this should go down further. Like I said, it's hard to, like, kind of get the proportions of everything when I have to look back and forth all the time. So I have to give him claws too, of course. I'll give him some nice long ones. A little bit of a booty here. His government issue knee pads. You know, if he like falls and trips while jumping around, he will not scrape his knees. So I'm trying to mostly keep this whole series to official things, or things that were like, you know, like Nintendo approved them. But, you know, I might make an exception for certain, like, really important stuff, like Return to Crocodile Isle, that were, like, very important to the fandom, or just, like, uniting people, I guess. But, I can't just, like, watch all kinds of fan stuff, or it would never end, you know? But I might make an exception for certain things, you know? Yeah. Hi, Malik. Okay, so now we gotta give him his toesy claws. I was saving his hand over here because it's a little tricky. Actually, I think I might want to have it come out a little bit more even before I add the claw to it. I was worried the stream might be a little short, but I didn't know that this whole thing would take this long, but I'm glad that it is. I don't necessarily love how this looks, but I don't have time to figure it out better, really. We're just gonna leave it. It's good enough. Yeah, I thought it might be quicker because I was just following instructions and drawing lines, but of course I can't just leave it there, you know? Alright. There he is. Yeah, we gotta add a little more definition here. Give him some scales. Scales on the tails. There you go. There he is. Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm glad you like him. Just noticed their like shoulder pads aren't really attached to anything. Do they just like stick them on? With like that, there's like a, I forget what it's called, but there's like a specific type of like sticky, you know, like sticky tack that you use for walls, but there's a kind that you use for your body, just to like stick things on. You use it in theater a lot to like, if you want to stick on a fake mustache or something. I'm blanking on the name of it right now, but I guess they just kind of stick it on themselves like that. Let's, this guy looks actually pretty cool. But let's not forget. Alright. A spirit gum. Spirit gum. I think that's what it's called. I thought it was something gum, and you helped me with the other part of it. Alright. But now, it's time for Krusha. Let's go. Krusha... Oh, you know what's coming next. The grand finale. I don't actually know if he's the grand finale. He should be. But I don't know if there's anything after him. I don't remember. Krusha's gonna be good, though. Alright, alright, alright. It's about to be Krusha time. Front-facing... Yeah, front-facing Krusha is very awkward. Really strange choice for him, but... The boy is here. Big on muscles, but small on brains. Aw, man. Don't be mean to him. Don't worry. You don't have to draw those. We could draw his brains. We could draw the X-ray view of Krusha and his little peanut brain in there. Krusha is our next subject. Draw Krusha's tiny head circle, which should rest on an almost straight vertical action line. This guy's just being so mean to him. Like, oh, he's got a tiny head and tiny brains. That's true. We do have to, if we drew the X-ray view of him, his brain is not even in his head. I know a lot about random stuff from the cartoon, considering I haven't actually watched it in, like, forever. Hi, Bunny Ratto. Okay, so right, circle, oh, that is the wrong brush. Little circle. Little Krusha circle here. And big Krusha body. Okay, the body circle, midsection, arms, legs, and beginning head details come next. Yeah, just draw all those things, why don't you? Okay, big ol' buff body here. I think it should be like slightly flattened if you were to ask me. And then we don't really get to see his head spikes here. It just looks like he has one. He's just got one head spike. We give him his like Diglett nose here. And then that. And his single head spike. He looks like a Weedle. I don't like this Krusha. He's scaring me. As someone who has drawn Krusha many times, I feel wrong doing this. He is not symmetrical, but whatever. Cheating again, whoops. Yeah, I haven't saved in a long time. I haven't saved since we did the critter. Okay, then he's got his... this situation going on here. And his pants. Yeah, we should just turn on like the symmetry tool and just draw half of him. The only thing that's not symmetrical really is his tail. And I guess the random camo patterns that are gonna be on him later. Okay, draw his foot mittens. And his little chunky tail. You know, I would like his tail to come out more like that. I can see it better. I'm going off script, Michael Teitelbaum. What are you gonna do to me? I'm not gonna get banned from Twitch for this until I draw the nips on the next page. Hold on, let me see what this is. Weedle and my we choke. Oh my god, sorry. I'm the one choking at that. I'm going to when I edit the video, I'm gonna put we choke in there. I'm gonna put a picture of we choke in there. Okay. Well, anyway, define the muscles and add facial details as shown. Okay, so I gotta give him some eyes on his Weedle face here. I don't like front-facing Krusha, man. I don't know how I'm gonna make this look good. Okay. And then it's like his belt definition. This is his little tank top thing. And his chest. I'm gonna give him a little bit more cheek definition? I don't know. I want him to look cute at the end of the day, and I don't know. And then his... I don't know why his legs look like this really, but okay. Of course, he's got toesies too. The Krusha toesies. Okay, he's actually, I mean, fairly simple, except for the fact where you have to draw his goddamn clenched fists, which are like just one of the worst things you can ask anyone to draw, really. Oh man. Okay, alright, let's calm down here. I'm an artist, I can do this. His claw. So his claw should maybe be like pointing out a little more. We'll figure it out. I'm not drawing that shit again. I'm just gonna... Not that he was doing good in the first place, but... Alright. Okay, now we get to the fun part, the finalizing part. Really the worst thing to draw is someone with their arms crossed. I always hate doing that, but sometimes I do it anyway. When I'm working on my comic and stuff, I have like a pose for a character in mind, and I think it's gonna be too hard What you could do is just say, well, I'm gonna draw them in a different pose instead. But I usually try to always live up to what I had in my brain, even if it's difficult. Alright. Cursed front-facing Krusha. Here we go. Krusha Weedle. Maybe we should do his face last. I feel like his face is gonna be questionable. Yeah, the how to draw Diddy in this book was, he did have his arms crossed, I think. We didn't draw him. He's not important. Okay. So, his belt. Yeah, Diddy had that 90s tude, and he needed everyone to know how cool he was. I'm getting more tired. My Kremlings are getting progressively worse. So actually, I don't know. It should be the way his chest goes into his arms is a little confusing for me, but he's gonna have asymmetrical arms probably. He hasn't been working out correctly. He's been working out one arm more than the other. Yeah, but we're about to get to Clump, and that's gonna make everything better again. Trust. I feel like they could have, I don't know, they could have, like, picked a different Krusha pose. They should have not gone with front-facing Krusha. It's kind of hard to tell. That's his thumb claw there, but whatever. Yes, he did. My line art is just getting, like, more sketchy as we go. Alright. I don't want to have to draw... You know what? I'm about to be the biggest cheater in the world. Hey, at least I'm drawing this myself and not using AI, so this is... I'm still proud of myself. Look, I'm on a time constraint here. I need to eat dinner at some point. Thank you, Bunny Ratto. Yeah, I used to really struggle with line art because, like I was saying earlier, I always struggle with, like, doing things the most, like, traditional digital art way that you normally see out there, where everything looks, like, really nice and clean, and they use one of those brushes, like, I guess more like this one, where it's just very, like, smooth looking. The only way I ever found happiness while drawing digital art was, like, always working with really rough, scribbly looking brushes like this one. This is the most anyone ever focused on Kremling toes until DK64 came out. Sometimes my art program is like hiccuping a little bit because I got too many things open. There, I didn't cheat on his feet. It's a strange sentence out of context. Yeah, if I ever just like draw like a weird random straight line that I have to undo, it's because my art program is like freezing up and eating my inputs essentially. Alright. Now, we're gonna draw his chest here. It actually doesn't give him the, like, lines of having a different color on his chest, but I'm gonna do that. In fact, I'm gonna make it, like, poke out on the edges there. Haha. Okay, now we come to the hard part, which is whatever the frick his, face, what we're gonna do about this here. It's a reason I, don't draw Kremlings from the front like this, ever. Okay, let's see. That... maybe... happy boy, look at him. Stop staring at me with these big ol' eyes. Make him a little more like that, I guess. He was happy to be included in this book. Even if it was not his best ever angle, you know? It's not my fault they picked front-facing Krusha. Alright, hold on. Hold on, give me a second here. Oh yeah, we have to draw all of the, patterns and stuff on him. Finish him up and you've got one tough Kremling. Alright, let's do it. Yeah. You know what? I feel like I can, think of the exact, like, Earthbound music that would play when this guy walks up to you. I've actually done this too many times, just to make some random blobs here. Make some of them kind of like weirdly long, and others can be very like smaller. Now never ask me to draw front-facing Krusha ever again. Hold on. Not the little gray cat theme song. I'll find the song I'm thinking of later. There he is. Honestly, one of his pupils is like slightly smaller than the other, and I feel like I should exaggerate that. There we go. There he is. Just one head spike. Yeah, the nostrils actually really did make a big difference. They should have put that in the actual book. Alright, let's review. And then we got, of course... and the critter's actually, like, probably the best. I think the critter looks really good. Alright, the moment you've all been waiting for. Oh, the smaller eye? Yes, that does help too. But the nostrils also help a lot. Oh man, we've got another break coming up soon. Let's see how much we have left. Yeah. Oh, we gotta draw a claptrap. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna have time for actually drawing all these other guys that are, like, affiliated with the Kremlings, but aren't actual Kremlings. We still got... We're only, like, halfway done. What the frick? No, actually, we only have two. Okay, we only have two more. That's not too bad. Okay, so we're more than halfway done. We've crossed the hump. We've crossed the clump hump. All right. We have made it. You know, I feel like we gotta save Clump for last. You know what? I hate to put it off a little bit more, but I feel like we're gonna come back to him. We're gonna do the claptrap. I feel would be a little underwhelming as a finale, so we'll do claptrap first, okay? Sorry to get everyone's hopes up. We crossed the clumpagon. Okay. Unlike the Kremlings you've drawn so far, Claptrap crawls around on all fours like a dog. See? Michael Teitelbaum, you know, he was on the writing team for DK64. He knew what was coming. The Claptrap should be pretty easy, right? Start off with a fairly large head circle and a horizontal action line. Let's save again. Alright. Actually, I need to not have that circle be so far ahead, or we're not going to be able to draw his big old jaws. And just a little one like that. Give Claptrap a tiny body but really big jaws. He didn't get his name for nothing. Okay, so he's got this teeny little peanut body here. And then it's just like... Rawr. Hold on, I need to like figure out how... Make his head a little smaller, actually, and then big ol' eyes. Huh. And then, of course, his little arm and leg situation here. There's a tiny bunch of circles and ovals there. Okay. This, or let me go ahead and draw this bottom jawline too. And then this, that, and teeny little hands, like that. And then, you know what? We gotta make his body even smaller. Okay, this is going along pretty fast. Add the teeth, eyes, fingers, toes, and tail. And his pupils, don't forget that. So, teeth first, of course. Most important things in life. What is this tooth situation here? He's got like 4 more. This is a little, it's not completely accurate, but whatever. I'm making the teeth like too big relatively, but that's just how I roll. They're kind of going like different directions and stuff, which is interesting. This is definitely my messiest one yet, I feel like. Well, you just ponder the Kremling orb enough and then it magically happens. Tail's a little bit curly like that. And then the little toesies. Alright, we got a break coming up. I'm gonna go ahead and take it now. Because I gotta go to the bathroom again. Because, man, this Baja Blast really hits. We had a party recently, and so we have all this soda in the house, and I don't normally drink soda that much, but now I'm drinking so much soda, and I gotta go to the bathroom all the time. Anyway, we will make you look at front-facing Krusha again. And then I'll be back, and we will finish this off. You know, I miss doing art streams. I got, like, really self-conscious about them at one point, and I don't ever do them anymore, but this has been a lot of fun. I'm really sad that I don't think there's more than one How to Draw Donkey Kong and Friends book. I don't think there were later editions. Oh well. I'm glad we got to share this moment at least. Hello. Kerrig. That's very strange. I don't even know, like, that's not even, like, close to, like, Koopa or anything. Okay, gotta settle back in again. I do need to do the DK artist stream. I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, oh, I forgot that that was a thing I wanted to do. Everybody knows about the Karog lore. Okay, back to Claptrap. See, the thing that bothers me with this one is Claptraps are like really easy to draw, like just off the top of my head, and I am struggling to draw this biblically accurate Claptrap. Make his eyes even bigger and further set back on his head. See, if I was drawing this in real life, I would just be erasing it and redrawing it. I'm just saving myself a little time here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is the point where I just, like, start finalizing it, I guess. Give him a little smile. I don't know. we'll see when I get there. All right. Yeah, Claptraps would be so perfect for a plushie. Maybe, you know, never say never. What with the future of Donkey Kong. Anything is possible. I don't know if they ever made any merch of, like, the Claptraps from the show, but I'm gonna be real. As much as the show has many good things about it, the Claptraps, they went from, like, one of the cutest things in the world ever in the actual games to being, like, really fugly in the show. They really kind of botched that one. Like, more like crimps or something. They like, somehow learned from the DKC-3 School of Design. He's a chubby little Claptrap here. He's been eating good. See, this is hard because it's just a lot of, like, rounded parts. And drawing those lines is difficult. Especially, I'm kind of working at a, like, awkward size here to show it on the screen, whereas I would kind of be, like, resizing stuff if I was just working on my own, but... But it makes it, I'm not, like, really used to working at this size of stuff, so. Yeah, you gotta make just a lot of big sweeping lines on this one. Which is actually surprisingly difficult. No wonder they saved the Claptrap for last out of the Kremlings. Actually kind of hard. And a cute little smile there, though. Should probably drawn the back parts of his mouth after I had drawn in all the teeth and stuff, and just like kind of filled it in, but oh well. My hands are too shaky, especially when I'm like tired like now. Drawing all these like big sweeping lines here. I am not going to draw the cartoon version of Claptrap. Because no one taught me how, you know? It's not in this book, I don't know. So they have like a weird little like shoulder like little lumps. Or not shoulders, but like elbow lumps, I don't know. Yeah, here's their little fingies. We're actually not going to give them claws because we're gonna keep their weird little tiny Claptrap hands. Because I don't feel like drawing claws that small right now. Well, the real thing is that they should have just had Screech in the show because I love Screech. But they instead decided to invent a different parrot who isn't Screech, so he fucking sucks. Although if he was gonna be mean to Clump, I'm glad it wasn't Screech, you know? Keep Screech pure. Squawks isn't in the show at all, is he? I don't think any of the animal buddies are, ever. Are they? I want to say no, because I certainly can't picture what they would look like in the context of the show, so I don't think they were. Yes, Screech is the evil Squawks. Yeah, we were talking about the unrelated parrot, which is what prompted this. Like, they decided to not have Squawks, but they decided to give Rool a parrot. However, that parrot was not Screech. It was just a different parrot. Decisions were made. This Claptrap's coming out pretty cute. Alright. We gotta draw in his little stripes. And then his teeth, of course. I'm getting lazier on some of these towards the end of the day. But I hope you still like them. They're not as entertaining as Rool. I put all of my effort into him. Using a new layer for the teeth here. You know, if Rare can use the power of Silicon Graphics workstations, I can use the power of digital artistry to cheat a little bit by making layers and stuff. Make this tooth a little smaller, I guess. Alright, there we go. Gonna give him a little bit more details here. Oh yeah, gotta give him his weird claptrap pecs. Can't forget about that. Some scales. Oh, he needs his nostrils too so he can smell, of course. There we go. Little cutie patootie. Ready to say ow when you jump on him, but don't do that. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Extra cute eyes. There we go. Now that's cute right there. Alright. It's time, everyone. You know him. You love him. He's gonna get me banned from Twitch for drawing NSFW art, but you know what? It's been lovely knowing you all. K on tint warning. I've gotta realign my canvas here. There we go, that's pretty much good enough. Oh, did I finish reading the claptrap description? His body pattern completes the drawing. I guess I did. I don't know. Alright, it's time. It's time for the big boy. You see, Clump's big belly and helmet are his most distinguishing features. I wouldn't say those are his most distinguishing features. I mean, they are distinguishing. But when I think of his distinguishing features, I always think of two features in particular. But anyway, we'll get to those. Here's how to draw this overfed Kremling. I think he's fed just enough, you know? Knipples. Okay, boy. They may be, like, physically bigger than him, but he's the biggest in spirit, you know? I like that, yeah, it's just, like, not acknowledged. You draw it, but it just never really draws attention to it directly in the text. Okay, so we draw his action line, which curves at the bottom to help define what will become his tail. Alright, so... give him his little... It needs to be bigger than that. Alright, there we go. Readjust this a little bit. Oh man, my tummy's growling. Create a big oval to serve as his bountiful belly. Fill in the arms and legs, and then draw the beginning of his jaw. Alright. The bounty is upon us. So, let's see here. It's tummy time. We already drew K-Rool. We trained for this. Let us give thanks for this bounty. Somebody dressed just like how he does. Well, it's more acceptable when you're like a reptile crocodile man, you know? Okay. He's got his... really is kind of like back like that, I guess. It kind of connects like that. I'm jealous of him and how overfed he apparently is, because I'm hungry myself, so you know. There was a Clump mascot suit? No fucking way. That's... oh my god. Where? Like, where was this mascot? Like... I hope they bring that back for the Donkey Kong theme park. Alright. Now, let's see his face. He's very, very jolly. He's a jolly soul. Merry Christmas. He's just happy to be here. Like GameCon in Japan. The one who dresses the most decently is Cloak, because he's just a cloak. He's just a jacket, so he's like 100% all clothes and eyeballs. Alright, and we gotta, I guess, define his belly line a little bit. That's what they want us to do here. Oh, gotta start the soundtrack over again. Well, he's a ghost in the clothes, but he's kind of possessing the clothes, so I don't know. It's a little... I guess that's up to interpretation. Okay, his boots. The only Kremling for which we do not have to draw his toesies, because he is wearing shoes. The really... one of the few of them that wears shoes. This boot is just like an L at this point, basically. Alright. Clump's trademark ammo belt and helmet come next. Also adds some more definition to his tail. Oh yeah, I haven't really drawn in his tail yet at all, but okay. I'm gonna be real, I kind of struggle with like drawing how his helmet fits onto his head sometimes, so this book can provide me some helpful tips. Alright, I'll give him some eyes here. And his little eyebrow ridge. Kind of got Barney vibes at the moment. If Barney had nipples. He looks very happy so far, I gotta say. He's actually pretty hard. His I don't know, something more like that. Okay. Kind of just looks like he's wearing like a bucket hat. We'll get there, I promise. He looks a little silly right now. Barney the dinosaur. Barney the dinosaur, honestly my first reptilian special interest. I was like one of those Barney obsessed children. Okay, we're gonna have biblically accurate, game accurate Clump here with his weird like belly that kind of goes in. It's not like a full like round belly like that. It just kind of goes in like this. Alright, the tits are growing in, everybody. Alright, we gotta put his belt on. Clump, put some goddamn clothes on, you... You freak. Affectionate. Alright. And then... put his ammo... containers, ammo things in front, like that. I had a Barney plushie that I carried around with me everywhere when I was like 2 and 3 years old, until it got like absolutely grubby and disgusting. And I do remember it. I remember that Barney very clearly. One of my earliest memories. Alright, now we finalize him, and you know what that means. It says, add in the final details, wink, as shown, and Clump is ready to battle Donkey Kong and his buddies. Yeah, he is. Alright, we got a long way to go with this guy. Oh, let's draw in his hands first. His fingies. Gotta give him a little bit of chubby fingies here. We'll give him the claws later, don't worry. I'll at least like sketch in his teeth because he looks very upsetting without them. What a pal. Make sure we don't forget his own little belly button poking up there. Alright. I feel like... His snout's like... The angle that his snout is drawn at is like so difficult. This is an advanced course for advanced artists. I feel like we want to like bring it out a little bit, maybe. Because it's like... It's actually like, it's drawn in such a way that you can actually see like the bottom part of his upper jaw too, which is crazy. We'll try to make it work out when we get there, but I'll show you my own work real quick, my own best efforts. Do I have... Where did I put this shit? I got too many art files. Here it is. This is just one part of it. Hold on. There we go. There's the good stuff that I actually worked hard on. This is what it looks like. So this is me trying to imitate this pose on my own. The upper left one. Left to my own devices and not following directions. But now I'm trying to follow the directions and get to the same place. And it's hard. It's harder when you're following directions sometimes. Hang on a second. Where's somewhere around here is... There we go. He's missing the little thing on his hat. Oh, and the shadow from the background of the other one. There we go. Get rid of that. That's better. That's better. There's a girl clump out there somewhere who just sneaks around with the rest of them. And no one realizes that it's extra scandalous. I can believe that, sure. Alright, back to this, though. Oh boy, alright. How much time do we have left anyway? I got plenty of time. I got plenty of time to finish this. Okay, I think. Do I want to start with the face first? Oh yeah, I owe a couple sound effects. Here. I'll do that before I go back to this. Well, that is Crow flapping his wings, apparently. And then I owe, I think, DK Buzzard one from much earlier. Sorry, just a second. Oh man, the old haunted hall door noise. That's a good one. That one makes me happy because I love that level, so just hearing that noise activates like the good neurons. Alright, hold on, one more. Then you guys gotta let me work, okay? I gotta finish this in the next like 30 minutes or so, and then I gotta go eat food. I'm hungry. Alright, one more. Don't you, anyone else, don't you dare hit the sound effect button. Yeah, that's the sound I'm gonna make if I don't finish this in the next 30 minutes by the next ad break. Alright, I'm gonna cry about it. You know, Soccer, you're not fooling me. I guess we'll just start at the top here. I'm glad there aren't any more things to draw after this, because I'm like legitimately running out of stamina, you know, I only have so much art stamina on a given day. He just looks so happy. Don't worry, we're almost done. Then I'm gonna go eat, and then I'm going to, not stream tomorrow. I might stream Monday. Like I said, I wanted to play Wario World, and I was gonna do it on during the day Monday, but Victor has to work. So it's gonna kind of depend. I'll have to, like, see if he has any meetings planned for that day, because he does work down here in the same near me, so I don't want to be like yelling about video games if he needs to work. So I have never played Wario Worlds. I've always heard that it was insane, so when I saw that it was coming to the Switch, I was like, I'd like to stream that. I know it's also not very long, so alright. Gonna give him a little bit of his we have to put the nips in last, you know, that's like the special reward. A future Donkey Kong game, when Clump returns, he will not have nips, but when you like 100% the game, it will just put nips on all the Clumps. It's like when you beat Super Mario World, like the special world, and it makes the enemies all like weird Halloween-y looking. That'll be like your special reward for getting through it. I'm not even like looking at the guide anymore. I'm just kind of going, just vibing. Boy, did you, Kevin. All right. Let's see. Let's go back and do, I guess, his upper arm here. My like drawing hand is starting to feel like extra weak. I'm tired. See, the way this kind of okay, so this I am looking at the instructions again now. Now, the real question is, did I learn anything from this book? And the answer is no, but that's just because I'm too set in my ways that I've been doing my whole life, so you can't teach me anything. I'm too stubborn. I still think this hat looks kind of like whack, but yeah, step 1, draw the nipples. Step 2, profit. You're done. He's got 5 of these things in total. Not that it really matters, but at least 5 that we can see. Nintendo can't have their main characters with nipples, except for Mario, apparently. Link, though? No. DK? No. True, when you think about it, all art is just made up of nipples. When you draw the circles to plan your art, every art is nipples. And that's just symbolism for how art is, like, nurturing to people, as if you were suckling at your mother's teats. It's really just... That's why AI can never replicate, because AI doesn't use the circles when it makes art. The AI does not nourish you like a mother's tits. I'm joking around here, but you know what? I feel like I've hit upon something profound. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and add in some little scalies to my boy here. True, I guess there are some exceptions out there that start with boxes. Again, I simply choose to draw a clump with some chunky boy fingers. The only reason we've seen enough scalies for one day is because I'm literally getting, like, physically too tired to draw any more of them, but otherwise, you can never have enough. trying to finish off his face here. He just looks so... What a friendly guy. Alright. He's a perfect match for Krusha, because honestly, he also looks like he has, like, zero thoughts going on right now. Make him look a little more determined. Oh, there we go. Oh my god. Now he's got... Now, god, he's gonna fuck you up. He just got so scary. I need to make him nice again. Sorry, sorry about that. That was frightening. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to everyone that I gave you nightmares, you know? Alright. Alright, the little booty. Yeah, that's his face when he slammed down onto Diddy, crushing him into a two-dimensional Paper Mario style Diddy Kong, and then just rolled him up and stuffed him in the barrel. His annoyed face. Well, according to the expressions from earlier on, annoyed just looks kind of like slightly angry. Understandable. I mean, you've seen most of the good stuff already. I'm still gonna put the nips on last, but if you fall asleep before then, you can always just watch this video when it goes up on YouTube. YouTube always asks if the video is for kids or not when I upload a video. And originally, when I was uploading like DK64 music videos, I put that it was for kids because I didn't understand yet, and I was like, sure, it's not for kids. But then I realized that like doesn't let people comment on it, or at least not always, because it thinks it's like literally like children's entertainment or something. So I don't do that anymore. This video is definitely not for kids, that's for sure. But yeah, good night. Thanks for dropping in. Glad you could make it. I want his leg to come from there. Alright, there we go. Yeah, there's at least a couple videos I had uploaded where I said it was for kids because I didn't understand, and then I never changed it. So there's like some little 5-year-old out there really jamming to like Woody Woods and the DK64 sound font between watching like AI generated slop videos. Okay, at least I'm introducing them to some good music. But he doesn't have his little laces on the other side here, but I'm going to put them in anyway. Alright. What a pal, dude. Look at him. If I saw this guy walking at me, I would not be afraid of him. I would totally get got. I would fall for it. I would let him slam me with his stomach and stuff me in a barrel, because I would not... I would let my guard down, really. Give him the little, some little wrinkles of, cramming his gut into his belt there. Alright. Give him some more scales, and then I think we're pretty much done here. You know what that means. It means you gotta add in the finishing touch. I just need to draw a forward-facing clump to go along with forward-facing Krusha, and then like 2 more, like forward-facing critter and forward-facing K-Rool, and then the Kremling Weezer. Oh, wait, we need to draw his little, this thing. Hold on. I gotta, there we go. Little detail when I draw him that I like to add just for funsies is I like to like have the straps of his army helmet just kind of hanging down like that. It's just a little cute thing, but we won't do it here. All right. I'm procrastinating on the you-know-what, you know, I'm just like, is it really truly finished? Is this masterpiece truly ready for the finishing touch? I don't know why AutoMod caught that one, but I guess just because it was a Discord link, you never know. Alright. Alright, we're ready. Alright. Bam. There you go. There he is. What a friendly guy. He looks so cute. Honestly, he looks cute. He came out a little better than I was expecting. It was nice knowing everybody. Bye. I better remove this from my Twitch stream quickly before I get, like, detected. Thanks for the 2 bits, you know? This is not a nipple crime. This is a what's the opposite of a crime? This is nipple justice. Alright, we got more things to read through, though. I'm gonna maybe go back to Keith. just in case. There we go, that's better. No one can find fault in this. There's nothing not safe for work about this one. I'm slamming the Keith button. You know, we have to quickly look at the rest of these. Then I gotta go order some pizza. It's good local deep dish pizza. It's not like crappy pizza. But I was in the mood for pizza today, so that's what we're getting. Alright. Let's keep going. We're not drawing the rest of these, we're just reading the descriptions. Neki the Vulture. Aerial attacks are a constant threat from this high-flying foe. Here's how to add him to your collection. Begin with the head circle. The action line, which curves up to indicate the arch of the body, bends down at the end to show where his feet go. Add the beak, eyes, neck, body oval. Yeah, can't forget the neck on Neki. Body oval, wings, and feet shapes as shown. His belly button is really big. I, like, drew his belly button, like, extra large. That's true. I went a little, You can I feel like I put more effort into this one. I even added, like, a little bit of shading, and then as we went on, I was, like, running out of steam. Anyway, next come the ruffles on the edges of Neki's wing feathers, plus some additional detail on his feet, neck, beak, and eyes. Add the finishing touches as shown. Notice how one of Neki's legs is hidden by his body. Just draw 1 or 2 toes peeking out. Ooh, nice little, fancy little art trick there. Zinger. Beware Zinger's stinger and the striking spikes on his back. That's kind of a tongue twister there. Zinger's head circle is large and his action line curves down below him. This will allow you to draw him in attack position, swooping down stinger first. Add the eyes, which take up the top 2/3 of his head, the body, the stinger, and the wings. This is true, zingers have absolutely massive eyes like that. Okay, I can't help but feel, okay, add stingers. Hey, now, wait a second. I can't believe there's a mistake in this book. They called zinger stinger. I guess, the stinger is the most important part here, so. What is a zinger but a stinger? Add stinger's legs, body, spikes, and antennae. What I was gonna say is I can't help but feel like the pupils from this number 3, they really moved. They are not even remotely in the same position as to where they end up on number 4 over there. But that's okay, you know, that you're allowed to fix things. They're just showing you how you're allowed to fix and change things between your illustrations steps. You can always if you don't like where the pupils are, you can change it, just like how I changed K-Rool to be looking at us. Good night. Anyway, add the final details as shown, then run for cover. The hard part about drawing zingers is always the, like, weird little intricate, delicate pattern on their wings. That goes for just, like, drawing a lot of insects in general, though. Chomp's the shark! Chomp's one of the Kong's most dangerous underwater enemies, is different from any of the other characters you're going to draw so far. Here's a good way to draw him. Yeah, he's just kind of like a big ol', like, ham shape. Since Chomp's head and body are all one shape, you can't start off with a circle for his head. Imagine Chomp's as a tube that tapers at one end, as shown. Add his fins, tail, eyes, nose, and mouth. Next, add the gills and teeth. Erase your guiding tube lines, and you've got one frightening fish. Yeah, I guess even on guard was a little... Like, you did start with a circle even for him, because he's more, like, triangle-shaped, so you can at least start with a circle and sort of, like, taper it off into a cone. Chomp's is just a sausage. Slippa the snake, again, another tube. This scaly, slithering enemy also has a unique shape. Like Chomp's, Slippa begins with a tube, but his tube is tapered at both ends. Make the end that is to be his head larger than the other. He just looks like a worm. You start off by drawing an earthworm. Or one of those, like, tube, like, wind sock things. Yeah. Start Slippa's eyes as circles, then widen the top half of each circle to create his sinister-looking eyelids. Add his stripes, and you've completed the final character in our Kong cast. Yeah, this guy's only got 3 steps. He's pretty simple. And then scenery and props. Once again, we're actually getting a little bit of DKC2 stuff here in the crazy Kremland roller coaster cart and the cannonball and cannon, but otherwise, it's just mostly DKC1 stuff in this book. One type of Donkey Kong Island palm tree, Funky's Plane. I like that they just got some random stuff in here, like, yeah, here's how, we're not going to teach you how to draw this stuff, you just figure it out, man, figure it out. Any scene or story that you draw needs to be set somewhere. Here's some scenery to add to your drawing. You'll also need to be able to draw some props, objects such as barrels used by the characters in your story. Practice tracing these first, then try drawing them on your own. I love that they just wanted people to make their own DK comics and Kremling OCs. That makes me happy. I was doing that, despite not even having this book. You got some crates for throwing at Kremlings. I like how the T is capitalized there. So that makes it sound like that's the official title of... This isn't just a crate. It's a crate for throwing at Kremlings. Like, that's the official name of this. Whenever we come across one of these crates again, next time we play DKC2, or that one of them that is in DKC3, it's like, there it is! It's the crate for throwing at Kremlings! Yeah, that's true. I already know how to draw the eyes on the roller coaster cart, because I drew his clasp. Not to be confused with Clasp from DKC3, who we did not learn how to draw him. But basically you just draw a barrel and put a face on it. Some arms sticking out. Alright. Another type of Donkey Kong Island palm tree. First of all, they got the exploding barrel and the barrel cannon mixed up. I was gonna point out earlier, I was like, this is not an exploding barrel. This is like a... But, I mean, I guess it kind of explodes when it shoots you out of it, so I was like, maybe that's just what they're calling it. Maybe that's not wrong, so I didn't say anything. But they definitely got them mixed up here, because barrel cannon... Anyway, I do not try jumping into this in the hopes it'll shoot you somewhere else. You will, just like Mario, you will just get blown up. The treasure chest, Donkey Kong Island ground foliage. Bye for now. Have fun drawing, and remember, practice, practice, practice. Hey, they didn't teach me how to draw Dixie and Diddy fighting over a large number 2 pencil. I guess I gotta figure that out. They didn't tell me how to draw front-facing squawks, either. Hey, we didn't read the back. We should have read the back before we even dug into this. If you like Donkey Kong, boy do I! You'll love this step-by-step guide to drawing the big guy, his friends, even the evil Kremlings. I'm sold. Where can I purchase this book? Because there's a link to purchase it on the archive.org, but it did not actually work, so... First you'll learn some easy drawing techniques, then you'll discover how to draw DK and his friends, from Diddy Kong and Rambi to Espresso and On Guard, in a variety of poses. You'll also learn to draw the bad guys, such as Krusha, Clump, and Critter. They don't even mention Keith. Come on, man. There are even tips on how to draw scenery and other cool stuff. So grab a pencil and get ready. Learning to draw has never been this much fun. You know what? I gotta agree. That was, like, I expected this to be fun, but that was even more fun than I was expecting. Like, I didn't expect to spend so much time on it, nor for it to be that much fun. So thank you all for hanging out with me, and that was really good. So here's the deal. Here's what's gonna happen next week, next Saturday. There are more Japanese comics that we could get through. However, I'm a little tired of just reading stuff on the stream. Like, it's been really, really fun, don't get me wrong, but this has been like 3 sessions of it now. So I want to move on to doing something a little different. When we come back to, we might come back to those comics. Oh, hi, Stuart, I didn't even see you there. Sorry, I got distracted. So there might be a session in the future where we come back and look at some of these DKC Japanese manga in 4-koma, but I still am not really sure how I want to handle them, because I do feel like looking at them without being able to understand them doesn't really do them justice. Like, think about the Super Mario-kun comics we looked at today. Like, if we hadn't been able to understand the text in them, they would have made a lot less sense to us. We would have been like, what the... Like, if we hadn't understood what Candy was even asking DK and Bluster to go find for her, that comic would have made no sense. We would have just got to the end of it and been like, why are they balls? I don't know. So, yeah, I don't know how... There may be... It might be possible that I could ask a friend who knows how to speak Japanese if they would be willing to help me translate it. And I would probably pay them to do so if they would accept money. But, like, not all of them, but at least some of the comics that haven't been translated yet, which I really feel like they should be. But, like I said, trying to use machine translation on them, I did mess around with that a little bit, and it just really wasn't doing a good job at making sense, so... I will keep those comics in my back pocket for at some point in the future when I feel like I can actually do them justice. Yeah, maybe I can just learn to speak Japanese in the meantime. But next week, a week from today, at hopefully the same time, we will be doing an interesting session that's just going to be kind of an exploration of Donkey Kong Country, like, unused concepts and cut stuff that didn't make it into the game, and just original concepts for the game and for Kremlings and stuff. So, like, obviously this could have been something that we might have wanted to do at the very beginning, like, say, for the first ever session of this, but I wasn't prepared to do that at the time. It's going to take me a lot of preparation to sort of get together all of this stuff and figure out how I best want to present it and go through it. But because I have the entire next week off, I think now is the perfect time for me to actually be able to sit down and do this research over the next week and be prepared by the time Saturday rolls around again. So I'm looking forward to that. We will be looking at the cutting room floor type stuff and a bunch of concept art that Greg Mails has posted over the years. Greg Mails' little doodles that he does for game design is like my favorite thing in the world. I've said this so many times in the past, but I love seeing people who aren't normally like people who consider themselves artists. Like I love seeing the little doodles that people make, even if they don't consider themselves to be artistically inclined. Like that's just, I genuinely love seeing people draw who don't normally draw. It's such a delight. So I'm really looking forward to next Saturday. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And then after that, that will be our final DKC-centric session before we move on to Donkey Kong Land. So I'll actually play another video game in 2 weeks. And that'll be on Friday, I think, because the Saturday the 10th, I actually have something going on. So we'll start Donkey Kong Land on January 9th, I believe. But yeah, I will see you all soon. This has been fun, but I'm very hungry, and you know what? Drawing kind of exhausts me when I draw for this long straight without really taking too many long breaks or anything. So it's been great, but I need to go like get dinner and relax. So I will see you soon for Wario World. Probably Monday during the day, but possibly not. So if I don't go live on Monday, don't freak out. I don't know when it's gonna be exactly, but I'm aiming for Monday during the day. But if Victor's work situation complicates things, then I won't be able to do it. We will just see, and then if not, I will do it some other time. But Wario World, I'm excited. And more of this type of nonsense next week. Good night, everybody. Thank you.